Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 10. Let's go through the words. Actino-chemistry. Chemistry and its relations to actinism. Gated. Having such a gait used in composition as slow-gaited, heavy-gaited. Lentor. Tenacity, viscidity, as of fluids. Leapt. Of Leapt. Latching. Present participle and verbal noun of latch, a movable piece which holds anything in place by entering a notch or cavity, specifically, the catch which holds a door or gate when closed, though it be not bolted. Accumulative. Characterized by accumulation, serving to collect or amass, cumulative, additional. Carpophore. A slender prolongation of the receptacle as an axis between the carpels, as in Geranium and many umbelliferous plants. Expand. To cause the particles or parts of to spread themselves or stand apart, thus increasing bulk without addition of substance, to make to occupy more space, to dilate, to distend, to extend every way, to enlarge, opposed to contract, as, to expand the chest, he expands all bodies, to expand the sphere of benevolence. Cheroma. That part of the baths and gymnasia in which bathers and wrestlers anointed themselves. Adminical. Corroborative or explanatory proof. Dame. A mother, applied to human beings and quadrupeds. Switch. To strike with a switch or small flexible rod, to whip. Honor. A cause of respect and fame, a glory, an excellency, an ornament, as he is an honor to his nation. Category. One of the highest classes to which the objects of knowledge or thought can be reduced, and by which they can be arranged in a system, an ultimate or undecomposable conception, a predicament. Diphthongalize. To make into a diphthong, to pronounce as a diphthong. Cause. To effect as an agent, to produce, to be the occasion of, to bring about, to bring into existence, to make, usually followed by an infinitive, sometimes by that with a finite verb. Benign. Of a mild type or character, as a benign disease. Hair. A slender outgrowth from the chitinous cuticle of insects, spiders, crustaceans, and other invertebrates. Such hairs are totally unlike those of vertebrates in structure, composition, and mode of growth. Fluxin. The act of flowing. Laramie group. An extensive series of strata, principally developed in the Rocky Mountain region, as in the Laramie Mountains, and formerly supposed to be of the Tertiary Age, but now generally regarded as Cretaceous, or of intermediate and transitional character. It contains beds of lignite, often valuable for coal, and is hence also called the lignitic group, a sheet of paper, pasteboard, or the like, on which information is exhibited, especially when the information is arranged in tabular form, as an historical chart of geology. Coddling. An apple fit to stew or coddle. Exode. An afterpiece of a comic description, either a farce or a travesty. Symmetrian. One eminently studious of symmetry of parts. Gyre falcon. The gyre falcon. Achidin. A glucoside extracted from the leaves of a certain plant Achitis sibirica, as a bitter white crystalline substance. Requisite. Required by the nature of things, or by circumstances, so needful that it cannot be dispensed with, necessary, indispensable. Anthracic. Of or relating to anthrax, as anthracic blood. Vorticose. Vortical, whirling, as a vorticose motion. Purlieu. Originally, the ground near a royal forest, which, having been unlawfully added to the forest, was afterwards severed from it, and disafforested so as to remit to the former owners their rights. Pyrogenic. Producing heat, said of substances, as septic poisons, which elevate the temperature of the body and cause fever. Naphtha. One of several volatile inflammable liquids obtained by the distillation of certain carbonaceous materials and resembling the naphtha from petroleum, as Boghead naphtha, from boghead coal obtained at Boghead, Scotland, crude naphtha, or light oil, from coal tar, wood naphtha, from wood, etc. Cassidius. Helmet shape, applied to corolla having a broad, helmet-shaped upper petal, as in aconi. Thick. Measuring in the third dimension other than length and breadth, or in general dimension other than length, said of a solid body, as a timber 7 inches thick. Casting. That which is cast in a mold, especially the mass of metal so cast, as a casting in iron, bronze casting. Pomposities. The quality or state of being pompous, pompousness. Urban. Belonging to, or suiting, those living in a city, cultivated, polite, urbane, as, urban manners. Miliary. One of the small tubercles of Actini. Misobserver. One who misobserves, one who fails to observe properly. Quadragenarius. consisting of 40 years old.
Union.
Agreement and conjunction of mind, spirit, will, affections, or the like, harmony, concord.
Gravitative.
Causing to gravitate, tending to center.
Pons.
The pansy.
Pseudotremera.
A division of beetles having the fifth tarsal joint minute and obscure, so that there appear to be but four joints.
Mourn.
To grieve for, to lament, to deplore, to bemoan, to bewail.
Sorrowed.
Accompanied with sorrow, sorrowful.
Perpetrating.
Present participle and verbal noun of perpetrate, to do or perform, to carry through, to execute, commonly in a bad sense, to commit as a crime, an offense, to be guilty of, as, to perpetrate a foul deed.
Intervary.
To alter or vary between, to change.
Sapodilla.
Atoll, evergreen, tropical American tree Acris sapota, also, its edible fruit, the sapodilla plum.
Undine.
One of the class of fabled female water spirits who might receive a human soul by intermarrying with a mortal.
Girth.
The measure round the body, as at the waist or belly, the circumference of anything.
Silicafluoric.
Containing, or composed of, silicon and fluorine, especially, denoting the compounds called silica fluorides.
Splenoid.
Resembling the spleen, spleen-like.
Whistlingly.
In a whistling manner, shrilly.
Boswellian.
Relating to, or characteristic of, Boswell, the biographer of Dr. Johnson.
Coletic.
Agglutinant.
Bedazzle.
To dazzle or make dim by a strong light.
Lycanthropic.
Pertaining to lycanthropy.
Bacteroidal.
Resembling bacteria, as, bacteroid particles.
Unpig.
To remove a peg or pegs from, to unfasten, to open.
Ladle.
The float of the mill wheel, called also ladle board.
Pig.
A piggin, an oblong mass of cast iron, lead, or other metal. Aspect, air, manner, demeanor, carriage, bearing, pig, undermine.
Crucified.
Imperfect and past participle of crucify, to fasten to a cross, to put to death by nailing the hands and feet to a cross organ.
Subject.
Specifically, one who is under the authority of a ruler and is governed by his laws, one who owes allegiance to a sovereign or a sovereign state, as a subject of Queen Victoria, a British subject, a subject of the United States.
Drop.
Figuratively, to run, to jog, to hurry.
One.
Of win.
What?
Used adverbially in a sense corresponding to the adjectival use, as, he picked what good fruit he saw.
Consortium.
Fellowship, association, companionship.
Pause.
To dispose or set firmly or fixedly, to place or dispose in relation to other objects.
Diaphysical.
Pertaining to diaphysis.
Nitrohydrochloric.
Of, pertaining to, or containing, nitric and hydrochloric acids.
Suspiciency.
Suspiciousness, suspicion.
Sharpshooting.
A shooting with great precision and effect, hence, a keen contest of wit or argument.
Tit.
Any one of numerous species of small singing birds belonging to the families Parrot and Leotrichid, a titmouse.
Aquila.
A northern constellation southerly from Lyra and Cygnus and preceding the dolphin, the eagle.
Rust.
The reddish-yellow coating formed on iron when exposed to moist air, consisting of ferric oxide or hydroxide, hence, by extension, any metallic film of corrosion.
Nigillated.
Imperfect and past participle of nigillate, to make a nest, as a bird.
Foliature.
The state of being beaten into foil.
Fossiling.
Present participle and verbal noun of basil. The name given to several aromatic herbs of the mint family, but chiefly to the common or sweet basil Ocimum basilicum, and the bush basil, or lesser basil O. minimum, the leaves of which are used in cookery. The name is also given to several kinds of mountain mint pycnanthemum.
Interlocate.
To let in light upon, as by cutting away branches.
Clean.
Without limitation or remainder, quite, perfectly, wholly, entirely.
Overlive.
To live too long, too luxuriously, or too actively.
Immeasurable.
Incapable of being measured, indefinitely extensive, illimitable, immeasurable, vast.
Latinize.
To come under the influence of the Romans, or of the Roman Catholic Church.
Odizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of odize, to charge with it, an alleged force or natural power, supposed. by Reichenbach and others, to produce the phenomena of mesmerism, and to be developed by various agencies, as by magnets, heat, light, chemical or vital action, etc., called also odal or the odalic force.
Jockeying.
Present participle and verbal noun of jockey, to play the jockey toward, to cheat, to trick, to impose upon in trade, as, to jockey a customer.
Cementatory.
Having the quality of cementing or uniting firmly.
Immortal.
Destined to live in all ages of this world, abiding, exempt from oblivion, imperishable, as immortal fame.
13.
A symbol representing 13 units, as 13 or 13.
Support.
To verify, to make good, to substantiate, to establish, to sustain, as the testimony is not sufficient to support the charges, the evidence will not support the statements or allegations.
Weirdness.
The quality or state of being weird.
Contended.
Imperfect and past participle of contend, to struggle or exert oneself to obtain or retain possession of, or to defend.
Turfite.
A votary of the turf, or race course, hence, sometimes, a blackleg.
Prolong.
To extend in space or length, as, to prolong a line.
Gurnard.
One of several European marine fishes, of the genus Trigla and allied genera, having a large and spiny head, with mailed cheeks. Some of the species are highly esteemed for food. The name is sometimes applied to the American sea robins.
Qualified.
Fitted by accomplishments or endowments.
Emblematical.
Pertaining to, containing, or consisting in, an emblem, symbolic, typically representative, representing as an emblem, as, emblematic language or ornaments. A crown is emblematic of royalty, white is emblematic of purity.
Tropologize.
To use in a tropological sense, as a word, to make a trope of.
Expeditionary.
Of or pertaining to an expedition, as an expeditionary force.
Anticipate.
To take up or introduce beforehand, or before the proper or normal time, to cause to occur earlier or prematurely, as the advocate has anticipated a part of his argument.
Winery.
A place where grapes are converted into wine.
Physico-mathematics.
Mixed mathematics.
Epilogue.
A story or relation of fictitious events, intended to convey some moral truth, a moral fable.
Period.
A stated and recurring interval of time, more generally, an interval of time specified or left indefinite, a certain series of years, months, days, or the like, a time, a cycle, an age, an epoch, as the period of the Roman Republic.
colluding,
Present participle and verbal noun of collude, to have secretly a joint part or share in an action, to play into each other's hands, to conspire, to act in concert.
intentness,
The state or quality of being intent, close application, attention.
earwig,
Present participle and verbal noun of earwig, any insect of the genus Forticula and related genera, belonging to the order Apelixoptera.
as,
A Roman weight, answering to the libra or pound, equal to nearly 11 ounces troy weight, it was divided into 12 ounces.
hydros,
To raise, a watercourse.
antherode,
Resembling an anther.
premunire,
The penalty ascribed for the offense of premunire.
colligatory,
A joint legatee.
determine,
To resolve on. To have a fixed intention of. Also, to cause to come to conclusion or decision. To lead. As, this determined him to go immediately.
shaving,
That which is shaved off, a thin slice or strip pared off with a shave, a knife, a plane, or other cutting instrument.
conceding,
Present participle and verbal noun of concede, to yield or suffer, to surrender, to grant, as, to concede the point in question.
close,
The conclusion of a strain of music, cadence.
cannily,
In a canny manner.
caustically,
The quality of being caustic, corrosiveness, as, the causticity of potash.
Baltic,
Of or pertaining to the sea which separates Norway and Sweden from Jutland, Denmark, and Germany, situated on the Baltic Sea.
fortune,
To make fortunate, to give either good or bad fortune to.
pinry,
Penuriousness, miserliness.
kidnap,
Of kidnap.
suppletory,
That which is to supply what is wanted.
puncture,
To pierce with a small, pointed instrument, or the like, to prick, to make a puncture in, as, to puncture the skin.
stir,
A despicable fellow.
shutter,
A movable cover or screen for a window, designed to shut out the light, to obstruct the view, or to be of some strength as a defense. A blind.
angled,
Imperfect and past participle of angle. The difference of direction of two lines. In the lines meet, the point of meeting is the vertex of the angle.
Door.
The frame or barrier of boards, or other material, usually turning on hinges, by which an entranceway into a house or apartment is closed and opened.
Sear.
To burn the surface of, to dryness and hardness, to cauterize, to expose to a degree of heat such as changes the color or the hardness and texture of the surface, to scorch, to make callous, as, to sear the skin or flesh, also used figuratively.
Tooth.
Having teeth, furnished with teeth.
Jerkin.
A male gyre falcon.
Aldehydic.
Of or pertaining to aldehyde, as aldehydic acid.
Banner.
A civil officer in some Swiss cantons.
Girlhood.
State or time of being a girl.
Tidiness.
The quality or state of being tidy.
Couple.
Two rotations, movements, etc., which are equal in amount but opposite in direction, and acting along parallel lines or around parallel axes.
Silver.
Precious, costly.
Flotty.
A woolly filament sometimes occurring with the spirals of certain fungi.
Absurdities.
The quality of being absurd or inconsistent with obvious truth, reason, or sound judgment.
Incompetent.
Not competent, wanting inadequate strength, power, capacity, means, qualifications, or the like, incapable, unable, inadequate, unfit.
Dag.
A large pistol formerly used.
Lazzaroni.
The homeless idlers of Naples who live by chance work or begging, so called from the hospital of Saint Lazarus, which serves as their refuge.
Rememberable.
Capable or worthy of being remembered.
Historied.
Related in history.
Extraarticular.
Situated outside of a joint.
Cursive.
A manuscript, especially of the New Testament, written in small, connected characters or in a running hand, opposed to uncial.
Mimicking.
Present participle and verbal noun of mimic, to assume a resemblance to some other organism of a totally different nature, or some surrounding object, as a means of protection or advantage.
Synrexia.
A voracious appetite, like that of a starved dog.
Annulable.
That may be annulled.
Demulcent.
A substance, usually of a mucilaginous or oily nature, supposed to be capable of soothing an inflamed nervous membrane, or protecting it from irritation, gum arabic, glycerin, olive oil, etc., are demulcents.
Snag.
A tree, or a branch of a tree, fixed in the bottom of a river or other navigable water, and rising nearly or quite to the surface, by which boats are sometimes pierced and sunk.
Reluctant.
Proceeding from an unwilling mind, granted with reluctance, as reluctant obedience.
Low.
The calling sound ordinarily made by cows and other bovine animals.
Hoist away.
A mechanical lift, a cage or platform and the hoisting machinery in a hotel, warehouse, mine, etc., for conveying persons, goods, etc., to or from different floors or levels, called in England a lift, the cage or platform itself.
Lump.
To throw into a mass, to unite in a body or some without distinction of particulars.
Nondo.
A coarse umbelliferous plant Leapt with a large aromatic root. It is found chiefly in the Allegheny region, also called Angelico.
Sprawl.
To spread and stretch the body or limbs carelessly in horizontal position, to lie with the limbs stretched out and gracefully.
Lapidify.
To become stone or stony.
Acetabulum.
The bony cup which receives the head of the thigh bone.
Ice built.
Loaded with ice.
Fireproofing.
The act or process of rendering anything incombustible. Also, the materials used in the process.
Requited.
Imperfect and past participle of requite, to repay, in a good sense, to recompense, to return an equivalent, in good, to reward, in a bad sense, to retaliate, to return evil, for evil, to punish.
Nautic.
Of or pertaining to seamen, to the art of navigation, or to ships, as nautical skill.
Modernist.
One who admires the moderns, or their ways and fashions.
Case.
A small fissure which admits water to the workings.
Epistola.
A little epistle.
Chase.
An open hunting ground to which game resorts, and which is private properly, thus differing from a forest, which is not private property, and from a park, which is enclosed, sometimes written chase.
Wandle crop.
Sick at the stomach, also, crestfallen, dejected.
Aspergilliform.
Resembling the aspergillum in form, as an aspergilliform stigma.
decoct,
To prepare by the heat of the stomach for assimilation, to digest, to concoct.
moiled,
Imperfect and past participle of moil. To soil oneself with severe labor. To work with painful effort. To labor. To toil. To drudge.
cauter,
A hot iron for searing or cauterizing.
villa,
A country seat. A country or suburban residence of some pretensions to elegance.
pat,
A number or quantity of connected or similar things.
realizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of realize, to make real, to convert from the imaginary or fictitious into the actual, to bring into concrete existence, to effectuate, to accomplish, as, to realize a scheme or project.
lampasism,
A defect in pronunciation of the letter L when doubled, which consists in giving it a sound as if followed by Y, similar to that of the letters Li and billion.
mun,
The mouth.
conjugate,
To unite in marriage, to join.
sequacious,
Having or observing logical sequence, logically consistent and rigorous, consecutive in development or transition of thought.
brawlingly,
In a brawling manner.
were,
An infusion of malt which is unfermented, or is in the act of fermentation, the sweet infusion of malt, which ferments and forms beer, hence, any similar liquid in a state of incipient fermentation.
melgris,
A genus of American gallinaceous birds, including the common and the wild turkeys.
antidote,
To counteract or prevent the effects of, by giving or taking an antidote.
emblazoneries,
The act or art of an emblazoner, heraldic or ornamental decoration, as pictures or figures on shields, standards, etc., emblazonment.
ecphonium,
A mark used to indicate an exclamation.
boon,
That which is asked or granted as a benefit or favor, a gift, a benefaction, a grant, a present.
pusa,
Of or pertaining to pusism.
lactone,
One of a series of organic compounds, regarded as anhydrides of certain hydroxy acids. In general, they are colorless liquids, having a weak aromatic odor. They are so called because the typical lactone is derived from lactic acid.
chew,
To ruminate mentally, to meditate on.
pedicled,
Having a pedestal, supported by a pedestal.
slicker,
A curved tool for smoothing the surfaces of a mold after the withdrawal of the pattern.
Antecedents.
An apparent motion of a planet toward the west, retrogradation.
Amass.
A hood, or cape with a hood, made of lined with grey fur, formerly worn by the clergy, written also amass, amnis, and almus.
Clear.
Empty of contents.
Spread.
To divulge, to publish, as news or fame, to cause to be more extensively known, to disseminate, to make known fully, as, to spread a report, often accompanied by a broad.
Beneplacito.
At pleasure, ad libitum.
Foxery.
Behavior like that of a fox, cunning.
Severity.
The quality or state of being severe.
Occlude.
To take in and retain, to absorb, said especially with respect to gases, as iron, platinum, and palladium occlude large volumes of hydrogen.
Rush.
Imperfect and past participle of rush, a moving forward with rapidity and force or eagerness, a violent motion or course, as a rush of troops, a rush of winds, a rush of water.
Incrementitial.
Pertaining to incremention.
Divan.
A coffee and smoking saloon.
Slaver.
To suffer spittle, etc. To run from the mouth.
Boltus.
A genus of fungi having the underside of the pilus or cap composed of a multitude of fine separate tubes. A few are edible, and others very poisonous.
Undernime.
To receive, to perceive.
Transplendent.
Resplendent in the highest degree.
Clarence.
A close four-wheeled carriage, with one seat inside, and a seat for the driver.
Lousy.
Mean, contemptible, as, lousy knave.
Warl.
A guttural pronunciation of the letter R, a burr, any rough or prickly envelope of the seeds of plants, whether a pericarp, a persistent calyx, or an involucre, as of the chestnut and burdock, also, any weed which bears burrs. 6.
Cares.
A large draught of liquor.
Three-piled.
Figuratively, extravagant, exaggerated, high-flown.
Brimstone.
Containing or resembling brimstone, sulphurous.
Balancer.
One who balances, or uses a balance.
Stamina.
Whatever constitutes the principal strength or support of anything, power of endurance, backbone, vigor, as the stamina of a constitution or of life, the stamina of a state.
rented,
Imperfect and past participle of rent, a certain periodical profit, whether in money, provisions, chattels, or labor, issuing out of lands and tenements in payment for the use, commonly, a certain pecuniary sum agreed upon between a tenant and his landlord, paid at fixed intervals by the lessee to the lessor, for the use of land or its appendages, as rent for a farm, a house, a park, etc.
mesquita,
A mosque.
initiate,
To introduce by a first act, to make a beginning with, to set a foot, to originate, to commence, to begin or enter upon.
distraction,
State in which the attention is called in different ways, confusion, perplexity.
saddling,
Present participle and verbal noun of saddle. A seat for a rider, usually made of leather, padded to stand comfortably a horse's back, furnished with stirrups for the rider's feet to rest in, and fastened in place with a girth. Also, a seat for the rider on a bicycle or tricycle.
neckweed,
An American annual weed Veronica peregrina, with small white flowers and a roundish pod.
revive,
To give again, to give back.
excretion,
That which is excreted, excrement.
skeptical,
Of or pertaining to sceptic or skepticism, characterized by skepticism, hesitating to admit a certainty of doctrines or principles, doubting of everything.
sexenary,
Proceeding by sixes, sextuple, applied especially to a system of arithmetical computation in which the base is 6.
gaff,
To strike with a gaff or barbed spear, to secure by means of a gaff, as, to gaff a salmon.
landgrave,
A German nobleman of a rank corresponding to that of an earl in England and of a count in France.
trigon,
A kind of triangular lyre or harp.
visnomy,
Face, countenance.
metaphrastic,
Close, or literal.
Lusitanian,
One of the people of Lusitania.
apehood,
The state of being an ape.
tickleness,
Unsteadiness.
tail,
A downy or feathery appendage to certain actions. It is formed of the permanent elongated style.
disapprobation,
The act of disapproving, mental condemnation of what is judged wrong, unsuitable, or inexpedient, feeling of censure.
mummification,
The act of making a mummy.
Lentor.
One who assists in lynching.
Adore.
To adorn.
Life-giving.
Giving life or spirit, having power to give life, inspiriting, invigorating.
Mutinous.
Disposed to mutiny, in a state of mutiny, characterized by mutiny, seditious, insubordinate.
Slink.
A thievish fellow, a sneak.
Steady.
Firm in standing or position, not tottering or shaking, fixed, firm.
Barony.
The fee or domain of a baron, the lordship, dignity, or rank of a baron.
Bobby.
A halfpenny.
Spouter.
One who, or that which, spouts.
Seafowl.
Any bird which habitually frequents the sea, as an auk, diet, gull, tern, or petrel. Also, all such birds, collectively.
Silver.
Of or pertaining to silver, made of silver, as, silver leaf, a silver cup.
Run.
To fuse, to shape, to mold, to cast, as, to run bullets, and the like.
Helicin.
Curled, spiral, helicoid, applied especially to certain arteries of the penis.
Sleep-waking.
The state of one mesmerized, or in a partial and morbid sleep.
Annotative.
Characterized by annotations, of the nature of annotation.
Replacement.
The removal of an edge or an angle by one or more planes.
Saving.
Avoiding unnecessary expense or waste. Frugal, not lavish or wasteful. Economical, as a saving cook.
And.
It is sometimes, in old songs, a mere expletive.
Presbyter.
A member of a presbytery, whether lay or clerical.
Sextonship.
The office of a sexton.
Treasuress.
A woman who is a treasurer.
Nebulae.
A line or a direction composed of successive short curves or waves supposed to resemble a cloud, a little cloud, a cloud.
Monotonic.
Of, pertaining to, or uttered in, a monotone, monotonous.
Kernel.
To harden or ripen into kernels, to produce kernels.
Vom.
To eject the contents of the stomach by the mouth, to poop, to spew.
Earthstone.
A cellular, flinty rock, used for millstones.
etherize,
to convert into ether,
usurer,
to practice usury, to charge unlawful interest,
flagellation,
a beating or flogging, a whipping, a scourging,
endemiology,
the science which treats of endemic affections,
rendezvous,
retreat, refuge,
collapse,
to fall together suddenly, as the sides of hollow vessel, to close by falling or shrinking together, to have the sides or parts of a thing fall in together, or be crushed in together, as a flue in the boiler of a steam engine sometimes collapses.
pyrites,
A name given to a number of metallic minerals, sulfides of iron, copper, cobalt, nickel, and tin, of a white or yellowish color.
ditto,
As before, or aforesaid, in the same manner, also.
regal,
To enter to slash and in a regal or sumptuous manner. To entertain with something that delights, to gratify, to refresh, as, to regale the taste, the eye, or the ear.
enunciation,
The act of enunciating, announcing, proclaiming, or making known, open attestation, declaration, as, the enunciation of an important truth.
testimony,
Open attestation, profession,
bang,
to cut squarely across, as the tail of a horse, or the forelock of human beings, to cut the hair.
reamed,
Imperfect and past participle of ream, to bevel out, as the mouth of a hole in wood or metal. In modern usage, to enlarge or dress out, as a hole, with a reamer.
efflate,
To fill with breath, to puff up.
prig,
A thief, a filcher.
vettura,
An Italian four-wheeled carriage, especially one let for hire, a hackney coach.
starve,
Imperative of starve.
welcher,
One who cheats at horse race, one who bets without a chance of being able to pay, one who receives money to back certain horses and absconds with Italian.
phonetoscope,
An instrument for studying the motions of sounding bodies by optical means. It consists of a tube across the end of which is stretched a film of soap solution thin enough to give colored bands, the form and position of which are affected by sonorous vibrations.
doti,
Half rotten, as dotty timber.
epizyllogism,
A syllogism which assumes as one of its premises a proposition which was the conclusion of a preceding syllogism, called, in relation to this, the prosyllogism.
unangular,
Containing no angle.
speaker,
one who is the mouthpiece of others, especially one who presides over, or speaks for, a deliberative assembly, preserving order and regulating the debates, as the Speaker of the House of Commons, originally, the mouthpiece of the House to address the King, the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
water starwort,
Any plant of the genus Aster, a plant of the genus Callistophus, many varieties called China asters, German asters, etc., are cultivated for their handsome compound flowers.
dietic,
Of or performance to diet, or to the rules for regulating the kind and quantity of food to be eaten.
proffer,
Imperfect and past participle of proffer. To offer for acceptance, to propose to give, to make a tender of, as, to proffer a gift, to proffer services, to proffer friendship.
quantitatively,
So as to be measurable by quantity, quantitatively.
parent,
That which produces, cause, source, author, begetter, as, idleness is the parent of vice.
mavis,
The European thistle or song thrush Turdus musicus.
cheek,
A section of a flask, so made that it can be moved laterally, to permit the removal of the pattern from the mold, the middle part of a flask.
gold bound,
Encompassed with gold.
help,
Imperfect and past participle of help, to furnish with strength or means for the successful performance of any action or the attainment of any object, to aid, to assist, as, to help a man in his work, to help one to remember. The following infinitive is commonly used without u, as, help me scale yon balcony.
conclusive,
Belonging to close or termination, decisive, convincing, putting an end to debate or question, leading to, or involving, a conclusion or decision.
imperatorial,
Of or pertaining to the title or office of imperator.
tarragon,
A plant of the genus Artemisia, much used in France for flavoring vinegar.
fishery,
A place for catching fish.
beetle,
To finish by subjecting to hammering process in a beetle or beetling machine, as, to beetle cotton goods.
crepitate,
To make a series of small, sharp, rapidly repeated explosions or sounds, as salt in fire. To crackle. To snap.
silex,
Silica, CO2 as found in nature, constituting quartz, and most sands and sandstones, silicon dioxide, CO, it constitutes ordinary quartz also opal and tridymite, and is artificially prepared as a very fine, white, tasteless, inodorous powder.
inquisition,
The finding of a jury, especially such a finding under a writ of inquiry.
Printing.
The act, art, or practice of impressing letters, characters, or figures on paper, cloth, or other material. The business of a printer, including typesetting and presswork, with their adjuncts, typography, also. The act of producing photographic prints.
Sensitizer.
An agent that sensitizes.
Intercentral.
Between centers.
Rhinaster.
The boreal.
Politically.
In a politic manner. Sagaciously, shrewdly, artfully.
Octodecimo.
A book composed of sheets each of which is folded into 18 leaves, hence, indicating more or less definitely a size of book, whose sheets are so folded, usually written 18 no or 18 degrees, and called 18 no.
Eel cow.
A freshwater fish, the burbot.
Limb.
The border or upper spreading part of a manipulus corolla, or of a petal, or sepal, blade.
Submersion.
The state of being put under water or other fluid, or of being overflowed or drowned.
Sharp.
High pitch, acute, as, a sharp note or tone.
Conclude.
To bring about as a result, to effect, to make, as, to conclude a bargain.
Nag.
The prong of an antler.
Nibbed.
Having a nib or point.
Aborigines.
The original fauna and flora of a geographical area.
Intermaxillary.
Between the maxillary bones.
Imperturbed.
Not perturbed.
Poi.
A long boat hook by which barges are propelled against the stream.
Album.
A blank book, in which to insert autographs, sketches, memorial writing of friends, photographs, etc.
Jazzle.
A gem of an azure color.
Lopper.
To turn sour and coagulate from too long standing, as milk.
Utricle.
A small, thin-walled, one-seeded fruit, as of goosefoot.
Trechower.
A traitor.
Straight.
Close, intimate, near, familiar.
Missivism.
Hatred of God.
Thing.
An inanimate object, in distinction from a living being, any lifeless material.
Frangipani.
A perfume derived from, or imitating the odor of, the flower of the red jasmine, a West Indian tree of the genus Plumeria.
Alethalian.
Pertaining to race or a language neither Aryan nor Semitic.
Vatfuls.
As much as a vat will hold, enough to fill a vat.
Circular.
A circle.
Mechanic.
A salt of mechanic acid.
Jesting.
Sportive, not serious, fit for jests.
Crazy.
Broken, weakened, or disordered in intellect, shattered, demented, deranged.
Requisitionist.
One who makes or signs a requisition.
Cunner.
A small shellfish, the limpet or patella.
Freeing.
Present participle and verbal noun of free, to make free, to set at liberty, to rid of that which confines, limits, embarrasses, oppresses, etc. To release, to disengage, to clear, followed by from, and sometimes by off, as, to free a captive or a slave, to be freed of these inconveniences.
Litigated.
Imperfect and past participle of litigate, to make the subject of a lawsuit, to contest in law, to prosecute or defend by pleadings, exhibition of evidence, and judicial debate in a court, as, to litigate a cause.
Moldy.
A spot, a blemish, a mole.
Cavorting.
Present participle and verbal noun of cavort, to prance ostentatiously, said of the horse or his rider.
Apprentice.
Imperfect and past participle of apprentice, one who is bound by indentures or by legal agreement to serve a mechanic or other person for a certain time, with a view to learn the art or trade in which his master is bound to instruct him.
Resentive.
Inclined to resent, easily provoked to anger, irritable.
Personifier.
One who personifies.
Venerhawk.
The kestrel.
Prevenancy.
The act of anticipating another's wishes, desires, etc., in the way of favor or courtesy, hence, civility, obligingness.
Renitency.
The state or quality of being renitent, resistance, reluctance.
Haggle.
The act or process of haggling.
Rule.
A needle-shaped peak.
Cataleptic.
Incomplete, partial, not affecting the whole of a substance.
Trundled.
Imperfect and past participle of trundle. A motion as of something moving upon little wheels or rollers. A rolling motion.
Hollow.
to shout, to hollow.
Epithelioid.
Like epithelium, as epithelioid cells.
Radial.
To distribute in small portions or at second hand, to tell again or to many what has been told or done, to report, as, to radial slender.
Slime.
Any mucilaginous substance, any substance of a dirty nature, that is moist, soft, and adhesive.
Non-performance.
Neglect or failure to perform.
Falsify.
To violate, to break by falsehood, as, to falsify one's faith or word.
Talipes.
The deformity called clubfoot, a short, variously distorted foot, also. The deformity, usually congenital, which such a foot exhibits, talipes.
Inconvenience.
That which gives trouble, embarrassment, or uneasiness, disadvantage, anything that disturbs quiet, impedes prosperity, or increases the difficulty of action or success, as one inconvenience of life is poverty.
Neurasthenia.
A condition of nervous stability supposed to be dependent upon impairment in the functions of the spinal cord.
Toothless.
A kind of starch with very large, oval, flattened grains, often sold as arrowroot, and extensively used for adulterating cocoa. It is made from the rootstocks of a species of canna, probably centigrade Julius, the tubers of which are edible every month in the year.
Concerning.
That in which one is concerned or interested, concern, affair, interest.
Sphygmoscope.
An instrument which, when applied over an artery, indicates graphically the movements or character of the pulse, a tracing, called a pulse tracing, consisting of a series of curves corresponding with the beats of the heart, obtained by the application of the sphygmograph.
Obtend.
To offer as the reason of anything, to pretend.
Self-murder.
The act of taking one's own life voluntary and intentionally, self-murder, specifically law, the felonious killing of one's self, the deliberate and intentional destruction of one's own life by a person of years of discretion and of sound mind.
Asian.
An Asiatic.
Foamy.
Covered with foam, frothy, spumy.
Rhinophore.
One of the two tentacle-like organs on the back of the head or neck of a nudibranch or tectibranch mollusk. They are usually retractile, and often transversely furrowed or plicate, and are regarded as olfactory organs, called also dorsal tentacles under pygobranchia and opisthobranchia.
Plumbago.
A genus of herbaceous plants with pretty salver-shaped corollas, usually blue or violet, leadwort.
Coward.
destitute of courage, timid, cowardly.
Cock horse.
A high or tall horse.
Time.
To measure, as in music or harmony.
Appendage.
Furnished with or supplemented by an appendage.
Itching.
Present participle in verbal noun of itch, an eruption of small, isolated, acuminated vesicles, produced by the entrance of a parasitic mites scabe, and attended with itching. It is transmissible by contact.
Undersized.
Of a size less than is common.
Inoration.
The act or process of gilding or covering with gold.
Englove.
To take off the glove or gloves of, as, to englove the hand.
Castle guard.
The guard or defense of a castle.
Inclusive.
Enclosing, encircling, surrounding.
Sitz bath.
A tub in which one bathes in a sitting posture. Also, a bath so taken, a hip bath.
Aged.
Having a certain age, at the age of, having lived, as, a man aged 40 years.
Conspicuous.
Transparent, pervious to the sight.
Flash.
To break forth, as a sudden flood of light, to burst instantly and brightly on the sight, to show a momentary brilliancy, to come or pass like a flash.
Psoas.
An internal muscle arising from the lumbar vertebrae and inserted into the femur. In man there are usually two on each side, and the larger one, or great psoas, forms a part of the iliopsoas.
Enthrall.
To hold in thrall, to enslave, to reduce to bondage or servitude, to make a thrall, slave, vassal, or captive of, to enslave.
Poop.
To break over the poop or stern, as a wave.
Pipe.
A kind of stockaded entrenchment.
Quilling.
A band of linen, muslin, or the like, fluted, folded, or plaited so as somewhat to resemble a row of quills.
Violescent.
Tending to violet color, violescent.
Rid.
A grid.
Flowing.
That flows or for flowing in various sense of the verb, gliding along smoothly, copious.
Rattle a mouse.
A bat.
Proffer.
Imperfect and past participle of proffer. To offer for acceptance, to propose to give, to make a tender of, as, to proffer a gift, to proffer services, to proffer friendship.
Cheetognat.
of or pertaining to the Chetognath,
colorate,
of some other color than white, specifically applied to Negroes or persons having Negro blood, as the colored man, the colored people.
polythelemus,
Many-chambered, applied to shells of foraminifera and cephalopods of Nautilus.
Semitism,
A Semitic idiom, a word of Semitic origin.
torchlight,
The light of a torch, or of torches, also adjectively, as a torchlight procession.
with leather,
Leather dressed or taught with alum, soiled, etc., remarkable for its pliability and toughness, white leather.
analantoid,
Without, or not developing, an elantuat.
Eucharist,
The sacrament of the Lord's Supper, the solemn act of ceremony of commemorating the death of Christ, in the use of bread and wine, as the appointed emblems, the communion.
considerer,
One who considers, a man of reflection, a thinker.
laggard,
One who lags, a loiterer.
salmon,
Any one of several species of fishes of the genus Salmo and allied genera, the common salmon Salmo salar, of northern Europe and eastern North America, and the California salmon, or quinat, are the most important species. They are extensively preserved for food. The California salmon Oncorhynchus chocha, called also chusha, king salmon, Chinook salmon, and Sacramento salmon, it is of great commercial importance.
quadrille,
A square brick tile, or the like.
aphelia,
That point of a planet's or comet's orbit which is most distant from the Sun, the opposite point being the perihelion.
admiral,
An obsolete form of admiral.
urtical,
A disease in wheat, in which the blackened and contracted grain, or ear, is filled with minute worms.
misleader,
One who leads into error.
study,
To make an object of study, to aim at sedulously, to devote one's thoughts to, as, to study the welfare of others, to study variety in composition.
infiltrated,
Imperfect and past participle of infiltrate, to enter by penetrating the pores or interstices of a substance, to filter into or through something.
Gaulish,
Pertaining to ancient France, or Gaul, Gallic.
sum,
To bring or collect into a small compass, to comprise in a few words, to condense, usually with up.
30,
A symbol expressing 30, as 30, or 30.
abath,
toward the stern, aft, as, to go above.
Embedment.
The act of embedding, or the state of being embedded.
Before.
In presence or sight of, face to face with, facing.
God.
A person or thing deified and honored as the chief good, an object of supreme regard.
Lossel.
Wasteful, slothful.
Bray.
A bank, the slope of a hill, a hillside, a slope, a bank, a hill.
Dragnet.
A net to be drawn along the bottom of a body of water, as in fishing.
Sluice.
To wet copiously, as by opening a sluice, as, to sluice meadows.
Kneeled.
Of kneel.
Tyrannize.
To act the tyrant, to exercise arbitrary power, to rule with unjust and oppressive severity, to exercise power others not permitted by law or required by justice, or with a severity not necessary to the ends of justice and government, as a prince will often tyrannize over his subjects. Masters sometimes tyrannize over their servants or apprentices.
Cumulative.
In a suitable or becoming manner.
Conjugate.
A complex radical supposed to act the part of a single radical.
Trifling.
Being of small value or importance, trivial, paltry, as, a trifling debt, a trifling affair.
Evidently.
In an evident manner, clearly, plainly.
Offering.
One of the ophorioidea.
Pretive.
Suppliant, beseeching.
Safely.
In a safe manner, danger, injury, loss, or evil consequences.
Bed.
A course of stone or brick in a wall.
Clouterly.
Clumsy, awkward.
Anamorphosis.
A distorted or monstrous projection or representation of an image on a plane or curved surface, which, when viewed from a certain point, or as reflected from a curved mirror or through a polyhedron, appears regular and in proportion, a deformation of an image.
Cockle.
The mineral black tourmaline or schorl, so called by the Cornish miners.
Fashion.
The make or form of anything, the style, shape, appearance, or mode of structure, pattern, model, as the fashion of the ark, of a coat, of a house, of an altar, etc., workmanship, execution.
Necroscopical.
Or relating to post-mortem examinations.
grayling,
an American fish of the genus Thymallus, having similar habits to the above. One species, T. inhabits several streams in Michigan. Another T. montanus is found in the Yellowstone region.
fitting,
Anything used in fitting up.
minatorily,
In a minatory manner, with threats.
sing,
To cry out, to complain.
mislin,
Composed of different sorts, as maslin bread, which is made of rye mixed with a little wheat.
question,
To raise a question about, to call in question, to make objection to.
fellow,
The exterior wooden rim, or a segment of the rim, of a wheel, supported by the spokes.
crinkled,
Imperfect and past participle of crinkle, to turn or wind, to run in and out in many short bends or turns, to curl, to run in waves, to wrinkle, also, to rustle, as stiff cloth when moved.
hutch,
To hoard or lay up, in a chest.
regressed,
Imperfect and past participle of regress, the act of passing back, passage back, return, retrogression, the progress or regress of man.
discontinuation,
Breach or interruption of continuity, separation of parts in a connected series, discontinuance.
powerite,
Native sulfide of manganese, a reddish brown or brownish black mineral.
crampony,
Having a crimp or square piece at the end, set of a cross so furnished.
bank swallow,
An establishment for the custody, loan, exchange, or issue of money, and for facilitating the transmission of funds by drafts or bills of exchange, an institution incorporated for performing one or more of such functions, or the stockholders or their representatives, the directors, acting in their corporate capacity.
sea dog,
The common seal.
soundly,
In a sound manner.
salt,
Imperfect and past participle of seal. To overlay or cover the inner side of the roof of, to furnish with a ceiling, as, to seal a room.
brood,
Kept for breeding from, as, a brood mare, brood stock, having young, as, a brood sow.
infandus,
Too odious to be expressed or mentioned.
easeful,
Full of ease, suitable for affording ease or rest, quiet, comfortable, restful.
cabin,
To roast, as a cabin.
disembowelment,
The act of disavowing, disclaiming, or disowning, rejection and denial.
Snot.
A blouse, a smoot frock.
Dose.
To dress, as a stone, with a broad chisel.
Start up.
Upstart.
Spheroconic.
A non-plane curve formed by the intersection of the surface of an oblique cone with the surface of a sphere whose center is at the vertex of the cone.
Browse.
A rounded organ between the eyes of the frog, the intraocular gland.
Hypochondria.
Affected, characterized, or produced by hypochondriasis.
Rectinerve.
Having the veins or nerves straight, set of leaves.
Twink.
To twinkle.
Triplat.
A mineral of a dark brown color, generally with a fibrous, massive structure. It is a phosphate of iron and manganese.
Dang.
Imperative of ding.
Gratulation.
The act of gratulating or felicitating. Congratulation.
Pine.
Any tree of the coniferous genus Pinus, a large genus of evergreen coniferous trees, mostly found in the northern hemisphere. The genus formerly included the firs, spruces, larches, and hemlocks, but is now limited to those trees which have the primary leaves of the branchlets reduced to mere scales, and the secondary ones pine needles, vesicular, and usually in fascicles of 2 to 7. Any tree of the coniferous genus Pinus, a large genus of evergreen coniferous trees, mostly found in the northern hemisphere. The genus formerly included the firs, spruces, larches, and hemlocks, but is now limited to those trees which have the primary leaves of the branchlets reduced to mere scales, and the secondary ones pine needles, vesicular, and usually in fascicles of 2 to 7, woe, torment, pain.
Sea.
An inland body of water, especially if large or if salt or brackish, as the Caspian Sea, the Sea of Aral, sometimes a small freshwater lake, as the Sea of Galilee.
Convert.
A person who is converted from one opinion or practice to another, a person who is won over to, or heartily embraces, a creed, religious system, or party, in which he has not previously believed, especially one who turns from the controlling power of sin to that of holiness, or from unbelief to Christianity.
Tritacin.
A carbohydrate isomeric with dextrin, obtained from Quitchgrass agropyrum, formerly triticum, repens, as a white amorphous substance.
Creeks.
A tribe or confederacy of North American Indians, including the Muskogees, Seminoles, Apaches, and other subordinate tribes. They formerly inhabited Georgia, Florida, and Alabama.
academe,
an academy,
warrantize,
to warrant,
drift,
to float or be driven along by, or as by, a current of water or air, as the ship drifted astern, the raft drifted ashore, the balloon drifts slowly east.
collection,
The jurisdiction of a collector of excise,
annoy,
a feeling of discomfort or vexation caused by what one dislikes. Also, whatever causes such a feeling, as to work annoy.
price,
Value, estimation, excellence, worth.
countersink,
Imperfect and past participle of countersink. To chamfer or form a depression around the top of the hole in wood, metal, etc. for the reception of the head of a screw or bolt below the surface, either wholly or in part, as to countersink a hole for a screw.
scud,
The act of scudding, a driving along, a rushing with precipitation.
a day deal,
Pertaining to an adage, proverbial,
post-diluvial,
being or happening after the flood in those days.
arenarius,
Sandy, as arenarious soil.
dogma,
That which is held as an opinion, a tenet, a doctrine.
Participle,
Of or pertaining to the pietists, hence, in contempt, affectedly or demonstratively religious.
flaval,
A yellow, crystalline substance, obtained from anthraquinone, and regarded as a hydroxyl derivative of Italian.
embankment,
The act of surrounding or defending with a bank.
spacious,
Enclosing an extended space, having large or ample room, not contracted or narrow, capacious, roomy, as spacious bounds, a spacious church, a spacious hall.
statuette,
A small statue, usually applied to a figure much less than life-size, especially when of marble or bronze, or of plaster or clay as a preparation for the marble or bronze, as distinguished from a figure in terracotta or the like. Compare figurine.
aspirated,
Imperfect and past participle of aspirate, a sound consisting of, or characterized by, a breath like the sound of H, the breathing H or a character representing such a sound, an aspirated sound.
fibrinoplastin,
An albuminous substance, existing in the blood, which in combination with fibrinogen forms fibrin, called also paraglobulin.
herbwomen,
A plant whose stem does not become woody and permanent, but dies, at least down to the ground, after flowering.
tricorporate,
represented with three bodies conjoined to one head, as a lion.
photosculpture,
A process in which, by means of a number of photographs simultaneously taken from different points of view on the same level, rough models of the figure or bust of a person or animal may be made with great expedition.
car wheel,
A flanked wheel of a railway car or truck.
vocal,
Of or pertaining to the voice or speech, having voice, endowed with utterance, full of voice, or voices.
mince,
To suppress or weaken the force of, to extenuate, to palliate, to tell by degrees, instead of directly and frankly, to clip, as words or expressions, to utter half and keep back half of.
constipate,
To render costive, to cause constipation in.
endopleurai,
The portion of each apodium developed from the interepimeral membrane in certain crustaceans.
snowball,
A round mass of snow pressed or roller together, or anything resembling such a mass.
sink,
To decrease in volume, as a river. To subside, to become diminished in volume or in apparent height.
coltish,
Like a colt, wanton, frisky.
fishing,
Pertaining to fishing, used in fishery, engaged in fishing, as fishing boat, fishing tackle, fishing village.
mysticism,
The doctrine that the ultimate elements or principles of knowledge or belief are gained by an act or process akin to feeling or faith.
butterfish,
A name given to several different fishes, in allusion to their slippery coating of mucus, as the Stromateius triacanthus of the Atlantic coast, the Epinephelus punctatus of the southern coast, the rock eel, and the kelpfish of New Zealand.
Comtism,
Positivism, the positive philosophy, a system of philosophy originated by M. Auguste Comte, which deals only with positives. It excludes from philosophy everything but the natural phenomena or properties of knowable things, together with their invariable relations of coexistence and succession, as occurring in time and space. Such relations are denominated laws, which are to be discovered by observation, experiment, and comparison. This philosophy holds all inquiry into causes, both efficient and final, to be useless and unprofitable.
injurious,
Causing injury or harm, hurtful, harmful, detrimental, mischievous, as acts injurious to health, credit, reputation, property, etc. To make a stroke with a whip.
disarm,
To deprive of arms, to take away the weapons of, to deprive of the means of attack or defense, to render defenseless.
melancholy,
depressed in spirits, dejected, gloomy, dismal.
ridiculing,
Present participle and verbal noun of ridicule. Remarks concerning a subject or a person designed to excite laughter with a degree of contempt, wit of that species which provokes contemptuous laughter. Disparagement by making a person an object of laughter. Banter, a term lighter than derision.
cacology,
Bad speaking, bad choice or use of words.
resignation,
The act of resigning or giving up, as a claim, possession, office, or the like, surrender, as the resignation of a crown or commission.
coon,
Younger or inferior in rank, junior, associate, as a chief justice and three poon justices of the Court of Common Pleas, the poon barons of the Court of Exchequer.
act,
A performance of part of a play, one of the principal divisions of a play or dramatic work in which a certain definite part of the action is completed.
predigest,
To subject food to predigestion or artificial digestion.
above deck,
On deck, and hence, like above board, without artifice.
fraternizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of fraternize, to associate or hold fellowship as brothers, or as men of like occupation or character, to have brotherly feelings.
trash,
Especially, loppings and leaves of trees, bruised sugar cane, or the like.
precision,
An over-precise person, one rigidly or ceremoniously exact in the observance of riddles, a formalist, formerly applied to the English Puritans.
fail,
To err in judgment, to be mistaken.
sake,
Having too little bags, sacks, or pouches.
engraving,
Present participle and verbal noun of engrave, to cut with a graving instrument in order to form an inscription or pictorial representation, to carve figures, to mark with incisions.
camel share,
Of camel's hair.
drave,
Of drive.
ortleberry,
The fruit of several shrubby plants of the genus Elasatia, also, any one of these plants, the edible black or dark blue fruit of several species of the American genus Elasatia, shrubs nearly related to the blueberries vaccinium, and formerly confused with them. The commonest huckleberry comes from German resinosa.
digitin,
Any one of several extracts of Foxglove digitalis, as the French extract, the German extract, etc., which differ among themselves in composition and properties.
mandarism,
The government mandarins, character or spirit of the mandarins.
scripturian,
A scripturist.
drachm,
A drachma.
diving,
That dives or is used or diving.
putrescence,
The state of being putrescent. Putrescent matter.
reckon,
To come to an accounting. To make up accounts. To settle. To examine and strike the balance of debt and credit. To adjust relations of desert or penalty.
tetrodon,
Any one of numerous species of plateaugnathe fishes belonging to Tetrodon and allied genera. Each jaw is furnished with two large, thick, beak-like, bony teeth.
pozzolana,
Volcanic ashes from Pozzuoli, in Italy, used in the manufacture of a kind of mortar which hardens underwater.
significancy,
That which is signified, meaning, import, as the significance of a nod, of a motion of the hand, or of a word or expression.
mirable,
Wonderful, admirable,
capital,
an imaginary line dividing a bastion, ravelin, or other work, into two equal parts.
primitively,
According to the original rule or ancient practice, in the ancient style.
executively,
In the way of executing or performing.
communities,
A body of people having common rights, privileges, or interests, or living in the same place under the same laws and regulations, as a community of monks, hence a number of animals living in a common home or with some apparent association of interests.
Silurian,
Of or pertaining to the country of the ancient Sils, a term applied to the earliest of the Paleozoic eras, and also to the strata of the era, because most plainly developed in that country.
interpenetrative,
Penetrating among or between other substances, penetrating each the other, mutually penetrative.
tricker,
A trigger.
lanthanum,
A rare element of the group of the earth metals, allied to aluminium. It occurs in certain rare minerals, as charoite, gadolinite, orthite, etc., and was so named from the difficulty of separating it from cerium, titanium, and other rare elements with which it is usually associated. Atomic weight 138.5, symbol Louisiana.
ruler,
One who, or that which, rules, especially, a cylinder, sometimes grooved, of wood, stone, metal, etc., used in husbandry and the arts.
altiloquent,
High-sounding, pompous in speech,
chalized,
having a calyx or cup shape.
dalliance,
Entertaining discourse,
trickled,
Imperfect and past participle of trickle, to flow in a small, gentle stream, to run in drops.
Typography.
The art of printing with types, the use of types to produce impressions on paper, vellum, etc.
Vested.
To set or adorn, as with studs or bosses, to set thickly, to stud, as, to bested with stars.
Pleonasm.
Redundancy of language in speaking or writing, the use of more words than are necessary to express the idea, as, I saw it with my own eyes.
Smutty.
Obscene, not modest or pure, as, a smutty saying.
Weightless.
Having no weight, imponderable, hence, lie.
Trahala.
An amorphous variety of man obtained from the nests and cocoons of Assyrian coleopterous insect Larinus maculatus, Latin nidificans, etc., which feeds on the foliage of a variety of thistle. It is used as an article of food, and is called also nest sugar.
Hades.
The state of being gay, merriment, mirth, acts or entertainments prompted by, or inspiring, merry delight, used often in the plural, as, the gaieties of the season.
Paleontographical.
Of or pertaining to the description of fossil remains.
Salal.
A white crystalline substance consisting of phenylsalicylate.
Opining.
That which is opined, a notion or conviction founded on probable evidence, belief stronger than impression, less strong than positive knowledge, settled judgment in regard to any point of knowledge or action.
Oppose.
To resist or antagonize by physical means, or by arguments, etc. To contend against, to confront, to resist, to withstand, as, to oppose the king in battle, to oppose a bill in Congress.
Evaporating.
Present participle and verbal noun of evaporate, to escape or pass off without effect, to be dissipated, to be wasted, as, the spirit of writer often evaporates in the process of translation.
Organology.
That branch of biology which treats, in particular, of the organs of animals and plants, that branch of biology which deals with the structure of animals and plants, treating of the forms of organs and describing their varieties, homologies, and metamorphoses, a division of morphology created by Haeckel. The science of organic individuality constituting the purely structural portion of morphology, in which the organism is regarded as composed of organic individuals of different orders, each organ being considered an individual. See promorphology, and morphin, and promorphology.
Alley.
A narrow passage or way in a city, as distinct from a public street.
Broadspread.
Widespread.
Chromium.
a comparatively rare element occurring most abundantly in the mineral chromite, atomic weight 52.5, symbol chromium. When isolated it is a hard, brittle, grayish-white metal, fusible with difficulty. Its chief commercial importance is for its compounds, as potassium chromate, lead chromate, etc., which are brilliantly colored and are used dyeing and calico printing, called also chrome.
Deathfulness.
Appearance of death.
Middle-aged.
Being about the middle of the ordinary age of man, between 30 and 50 years old.
Bark.
The exterior covering of the trunk and branches of a tree. The rind.
Revisional.
Of or pertaining to revision, revisory.
Lid.
The top of an ovary which opens transversely, as in the fruit of the purslane and the tree which yields Brazil nuts.
Interpidate.
To render turbid, to darken, to confuse.
Flusher.
The redback shrike, a large sparoid fish of the Atlantic coast and all tropical seas, Lobos ornamensis.
Amusing.
Giving amusement, diverting, as an amusing story.
Co-sovereign.
A joint sovereign.
Sound.
A narrow passage of water, or a strait between the mainland and an island. Also, a strait connecting two seas, or connecting a sea or lake with the ocean, as the sound between the Baltic and the German Ocean, Long Island Sound.
Gingerness.
Cautiousness, tenderness.
Idealities.
The capacity to form ideals of beauty or perfection.
Malefactress.
A female malefactor.
Finger.
The breadth of a finger, or the fourth part of the hand, a measure of nearly an inch. Also, the length of finger, a measure in domestic use in the United States, of about 4.5 inches or 1/8 of a yard.
Raise.
To rouse to action, to stir up, to incite to tumult, struggle, or war, to excite.
Whopper.
To cause to shake, to tremble, to move tremulously, as from weakness, to totter.
Ob.
A funeral solemnity or office, obsequies.
Amplify.
To render larger, more extended, or more intense, and the like, used especially of telescopes, microscopes, etc.
Permeability.
The quality or state of being permeable.
Assess.
To determine and impose a tax or fine upon a person, community, estate, or income. To tax, as the club assessed each member 25 cents.
orthotropical,
having the axis of an ovule or seed straight from the hilum and chalosa to the orifice or the micropyle, atropis.
villain,
One who holds lands by a base, or servile, tenure, or in villanage, a feudal tenant of the lowest class, a bondman or servant.
giant,
Any animal, plant, or thing, of extraordinary size or power.
stem,
A gleam of light, flame.
faradic,
Of or pertaining to Michael Faraday, the distinguished electrician, applied especially to induce currents of electricity, as produced by certain forms of inductive apparatus, on account of Faraday's investigations of their laws.
obstructionist,
Of or pertaining to obstructionists.
moony,
Silly, weakly sentimental.
infect,
To taint with morbid matter or any pestilential or noxious substance or effluvium by which disease is produced, as to infect a lancet, to infect an apartment.
royal,
Kingly, pertaining to the crown or the sovereign, suitable for a king or queen, regal, as royal power or prerogative, royal domains, the royal family, royal state.
mimetic,
Characterized by mimicry, applied to animals and plants, as mimetic species, mimetic organisms, protective resemblance, the resemblance which certain animals and plants exhibit to other animals and plants or to the natural objects among which they live, a characteristic which serves as their chief means of protection against enemies. Imitation, mimesis, mimetism.
tripleness,
The quality or state of being triple, as the tripleness of tones.
lank,
Languid, dripping.
spar-hung,
Hung with spar, as a cave.
uniflorous,
Bearing one flower only, as a uniflorous peduncle.
misserve,
To serve unfaithfully.
interpenetrate,
To penetrate between or within, to penetrate mutually.
sorens,
The quality or state of being sore, tenderness, painful, as the soreness of a wound, the soreness of an affliction.
chicard,
The
amateur,
a person attached to a particular pursuit, study, or science as to music or painting, especially one who cultivates any study or art, from taste or attachment, without pursuing it professionally.
balsam,
Resin containing more or less of an essential or volatile oil.
shipyard,
Yard, place, or enclosure where ships are built or repaired.
Frictionous.
A genus of deciduous forest trees, found in the North Temperate Zone, and including the true ash trees.
Countryside.
A particular rural district, a country neighborhood.
Saving.
Exception, reservation.
Producer.
A furnace for producing combustible gas which is used for fuel.
Flitch.
One of several planks, smaller timbers, or iron blades, which are secured together, side by side, to make a large girder or built beam.
Sotadic.
Pertaining to, or resembling, the lascivious compositions of the Greek poet Sotods.
Emmenagogue.
A medicine that promotes the menstrual discharge.
Exhalant.
Having the quality of exhaling or evaporating.
Bloomingly.
In a blooming manner.
Heartspun.
Firmly twisted in spinning.
Doxies.
A loose wench, a disreputable sweetheart.
Wildwood.
A wild or unfrequented wood, also used adjectively, as wildwood flowers, wildwood echoes.
Particular.
Containing a part only, limited, as a particular estate, or one precedent to an estate in remainder.
Disenfranchise.
To disfranchise, to deprive of the rights of a citizen.
Prefiguring.
Present participle and verbal noun of prefigure, to show, suggest, or announce, by antecedent types and similitudes, to foreshadow.
Rudder.
A riddle or sieve.
Tie-all.
Something serving to tie or secure.
High.
Degree of latitude either north or south.
Precaution.
To take precaution against.
Exhibition.
The act of exhibiting for inspection, or of holding forth to view, manifestation, display.
Sightliness.
The state of being sightly, comeliness, conspicuousness.
Scent.
To perceive by the olfactory organs, to smell, as, to scent game, as a hound does.
Informer.
One who informs, or imparts knowledge or news.
Inebriate.
Intoxicated, drunk, habitually given to drink, stupefied.
Match.
To fit together, or make suitable for fitting together. Specifically, to furnish with a tongue and a groove, at the edges, as, to match boards.
Raftsman.
A man engaged in rafting.
assertory,
affirming, maintaining,
deathful,
liable to undergo death, mortal,
catawba,
a well-known light red variety of American grape,
soon,
without the usual delay, before any time supposed, early,
palwise,
in the manner of a pale or pills, by perpendicular lines or divisions, as to divide an escutcheon palwise.
reappearance,
A second or new appearance, the act or state of appearing again.
num,
Of nim,
lease,
to gather what harvesters have left behind, to glean.
s,
A quadruped of the genus Equus, Asinus, smaller than the horse, and having a peculiarly harsh bray and long ears. The tame or domestic ass is patient, slow, and sure-footed, and has become the type of obstinacy and stupidity. There are several species of wild asses which are swift-footed.
sexagenary,
Something composed of 60 parts or divisions.
co-venture,
An adventure in which two or more persons are partakers.
trencher,
The table. Hence, the pleasures of the table. Food.
admit,
To suffer to enter. To grant entrance, whether into a place, or into the mind, or consideration. To receive. To take, as, they were into his house. To admit a serious thought into the mind. To admit evidence in the trial of the cause.
septangle,
A figure which has 7 angles, a heptagon.
award,
The paper containing the decision of arbitrators, that which is worded.
onseam,
To cover with grease, to defile, to pollute.
glinkant,
Glittering, dressed in, or overlaid with tinsel finery.
rebaptize,
To baptize again or a second time.
planing,
Complaining.
package,
A bundle made up for transportation, a packet, a bale, a parcel, as, a package of goods.
wither,
To lose or want animal moisture, to waste, to pin slash away, as animal bodies.
stalk,
To walk with high and proud steps, usually implying the affectation of dignity, and indicating dislike. The word is used, however, especially by the poets, to express dignity of step.
natalicial,
Of or pertaining to one's birth or birthday, or one's nativity.
heathen,
An irreligious person.
blend,
to mingle, to mix, to unite intimately, to pass or shade insensibly into each other, as colors.
infrequent,
Seldom happening or occurring, rare, uncommon, unusual.
folio,
To put a serial number on each folio or page of a book, to page.
blackly,
In a black manner, darkly, in color, gloomily, threateningly, atrociously.
leader,
A horse placed in advance of others, one of the forward pair of horses.
damnability,
The quality of being damnable, damnableness.
preachman,
A preacher, so called in contempt.
man-eyed,
A white amorphous or crystalline substance, obtained by dehydration of manite, and distinct from, but convertible into, manitin.
Corin,
The gazelle.
manifesto,
A public declaration, usually of a prince, sovereign, or other person claiming large powers, showing his intentions, or proclaiming his opinions and motives in reference to some act done or contemplated by him, as a manifesto declaring the purpose of a prince to begin war, and explaining his motives.
stenostum,
Having a small or narrow mouth, set of certain small ground snakes Ophirodonta, which are unable to dilate their jaws.
rapidness,
Quality of being rapid, rapidity.
warn,
To make where or aware, to give previous information to give notice to notify, to admonish, hence, to notify or summon by authority, as, to warn a town meeting, to warn a tenant to quit house.
electrotyping,
Present participle and verbal noun of electrotype, a facsimile plate made by electrotypy for use in printing. Also, an impression or print from such plate, also used adjectively. To divide a pack of cards into two portions to decide the deal or trump, or to change the order of the cards to be dealt.
buckskin,
A person clothed in buckskin, particularly an American soldier of the Revolutionary War.
inorganization,
The state of being without organization.
contemporary,
Of the same age, coeval.
heifer,
A male fallow deer gelded.
imaginant,
An imaginer.
Fijian,
Of or pertaining to the Fiji Islands or their inhabitants.
consortium,
Fellowship, association, companionship.
radicate,
To cause to take root, to plant deeply and firmly, to root.
Cenozoic.
belonging to the most recent division of geological time, including the Tertiary, or Age of Mammals, and the Quaternary, or Age of Man, written also Cainozoic, the science which treats of the structure and mineral constitution of the globe, structural geology, of its history as regards rocks, minerals, rivers, valleys, mountains, climates, life, etc. Historical geology, of the causes and methods by which its structure, features, changes, and conditions have been produced. Dynamical geology, of or pertaining to geology, or the science of the earth.
Thrift.
One of several species of flowering plants of the genera Statice and Armiria.
Refrigeratory.
The chamber, or tank, in which ice is formed, in an ice machine.
Bacteroid.
Resembling bacteria, as bacteroid particles.
Topping.
Present participle and verbal noun of op, the highest part of anything, the upper end, edge, or extremity, the upper side or surface, summit, apex, vertex, cover, lid, as, the top of a spire, the top of a house, the top of a mountain, the top of the ground.
Display.
To unfold, to spread wide, to expand, to stretch out, to spread.
Audaciousness.
The quality of being audacious, impudence, audacity.
Baric.
A salt formed by the combination of boric acid with a base or positive radical.
Aphakial.
Pertaining to aphakia, as aphakial eyes.
Compunctious.
Of the nature of compunction, caused by conscience, attended with, or causing, compunction.
Electrically.
In the manner of electricity, or by means of it, thrilligly.
Tomahawk.
A kind of war hatchet used by the American Indians. It was originally made of stone, but afterwards of iron.
Nay.
Anything wrought or woven in meshes, as a net for the hair, a mosquito net, a tennis net.
Station.
One of the places at which ecclesiastical processions pause for the performance of an act of devotion, formerly the tomb of a martyr, or some similarly consecrated spot, now, especially, one of those representations of the successive stages of our Lord's Passion which are often placed round the naves of large churches and by the side of the way leading to sacred edifices or shrines, and which are visited in rotation, stated services being performed at each, called also Station of the Cross.
Undic.
Not having a deck, as an undecked vessel.
Coffle.
A gang of slaves, a gang of Negro slaves being driven to market.
Nitrobenzoyl.
Yellow aromatic liquid C6H5NO2, produced by the action of nitric acid on benzene, and called from its odor imitation oil of bitter almonds, or essence of merbane. It is used in perfumery, and is manufactured in large quantities in the preparation of aniline, formerly called also nitrobenzyl.
Generant.
Generatrix.
Press.
To squeeze in or with suitable instruments or apparatus, in order to compact, make dense, or smooth, as, to press cotton bales, paper, etc. To smooth by ironing, as, to press clothes.
Servant.
Any shroud or wrapping for the dead.
Pile.
A vertical series of alternate discs of two dissimilar metals, as copper and zinc, laid up with discs of cloth or paper moistened with acid water between them, for producing a current of electricity, commonly called voltage pile, voltaic pile, or galvanic pile.
Disjunctively.
In a disjunctive manner, separately.
Empirical.
Incapable of having a pair, or equal.
Reversed.
Annulled and the contrary substituted, as a reverse judgment or decree.
Strong.
Having great military or naval force, powerful, as a strong army or fleet, a nation strong at sea.
Nays.
A negative vote, one who votes in the negative.
Filler.
A die, a half-round set hammer, used for forming grooves and spreading iron, called also a creaser.
Nimbless.
The quality of being nimble, lightness and quickness in motion, agility, swiftness.
Solid.
Sound, not weakly, as a solid constitution of body.
Digested.
Imperfect and past participle of digest, a compilation of statutes or decisions analytically arranged. The term is applied in a general sense to the Pandects of Justinian, a compilation of statutes or decisions analytically arranged. The term is applied in a general sense to the Pandects of Justinian, a treatise which comprehends the whole of any science, but is also specially given by authors to compilations of laws on particular topics, a summary of laws, as Cummins Digest, the United States Digest.
Distressing.
Present participle and verbal noun of distress, the act of distraining, the taking of a personal chattel out of the possession of a wrongdoer, by way of pledge for redress of an injury, or for the performance of a duty, as for non-payment of rent or taxes, or for injury done by cattle, etc.
Emery.
Of or pertaining to gems.
Wimpled.
Imperfect and past participle of wimple, an instrument for boring holes, turned by a handle.
Ild.
To make old or ancient.
Hardy.
Confident, full of assurance, in a bad sense, morally hardened, shameless.
Actinial.
Destitute of wing-like membranous extensions, as a stem or petiole, opposed to dilate.
Mistransport.
To carry away or mislead wrongfully, as by passion.
Temptationless.
Having no temptation or motive, as a temptationless sin.
Piation.
The act of making atonement, expiation.
Infuse.
To form, or mold, by striking or stamping, as a coin or metal.
Excursion.
The wandering from a subject, digression.
Agasp.
In a state of gasping.
Supplicant.
To entreat for, to seek by earnest prayer, to ask for earnestly and humbly, as to supplicate blessings on Christian efforts to spread the gospel.
Lap.
The sound of lapping.
Wonderful.
Adapted to excite wonder or admiration, surprising, strange, astonishing.
Immethodical.
Not methodical, without method or systematic arrangement, without order or regularity, confused.
Mushroom.
Any large fungus, especially one of the genus Agaricus, a toadstool. Several species are edible, but many are very poisonous.
Demiculverin.
A kind of ordnance, carrying a ball weighing from 9 to 13 pounds.
Latching.
Present participle and verbal noun of Latch, to march out from a wood, defile, or other confined spot, into open ground, to issue.
Madness.
Frenzy, ungovernable rage, extreme folly.
Electrine.
Belonging to, or made of, ember.
Waffleness.
The quality or state of being willful, misery, wretchedness.
Sneer.
A smile, grin, or contortion of the face, indicative of contempt, an indirect expression or insinuation of contempt.
Preliminary.
Introductory, previous, preceding the main discourse or business, prefatory, as, preliminary observations to discourse or book, preliminary articles to a treaty, preliminary measures, preliminary examinations.
Moonsail.
A sail sometimes carried in light winds, above a sky sail.
Volley.
A flight of missiles, as arrows, bullets, or the like, the simultaneous discharge of a number of small arms.
Merle.
The European blackbird, in England, a species of thrush Turdus merle, a singing bird with a thin note, the merle. In America the name is given to several birds, as the Quisculus versicolor, or crow blackbird, the Aegolius fniceus, or red-winged blackbird, the cowbird, the rusty grackle, etc. A European thrush Turtisilicus, its underwing coverts are orange-red, called also red-winged thrush. A North American passerine bird Aegolius ph/niceus of the family Ictrid. The male is black, with a conspicuous patch of bright red, bordered with orange, on each wing, called also red-winged blackbird, red-winged troupial, marsh blackbird, and swamp blackbird.
Dilative.
Causing dilation, tending to dilate, on enlarge, expansive.
Chide.
To rebuke, to reprove, to scold, to find fault with.
Pacha.
The fragrant roots of the Saucheria costus, exported from India to China, and used for burning as incense, it is supposed to be the costus of the ancients.
Ret.
To reckon, to scribe, to impute.
Refit.
To fit or prepare for use again, to repair, to restore after damage or decay, as, to refit a garment, to refit ships of war.
Circumcision.
The act of cutting off the prepuce or foreskin of males, or the internal labia of females.
Limp.
Any species of Siphonaria, a genus of limpet-shaped pulmonifera, living between tides, on rocks.
Consummate.
Carry to the utmost extent or degree, of the highest quality, complete, perfect.
Designer.
A plotter, a schemer, used in a bad sense.
Nothing.
Not anything, no thing in the widest sense of the word thing, opposed to anything and something.
Lieutenant.
A commissioned officer in the army, next below captain.
Pancratium.
A genus of Old World Amaryllideous bulbous plants, having a funnel-shaped periont with 6 narrow spreading lobes. The American species are now placed in the related genus Hymecolis.
Tanguhouse.
The whimperl.
Convent.
To be convenient, to serve.
Track.
Course, way, as, the track of the comet.
Unaccountability.
The quality or state of being unaccountable.
Dehiscence.
A gaping or bursting open along a definite line of attachment or suture, without tearing, as in the opening of pods, or the bursting of capsules at maturity so as to emit seeds, etc. Also, the bursting open of follicles, as in the ovaries of animals, for the expulsion of their contents.
Rot.
Said, spoke, uttered. used only in the first and third persons in the past tenses, and always followed by its nominative, the word or words said being the object, as quoth I, quoth he.
Magnanimous.
Great of mind, elevated in soul or in sentiment, raised above what is low, mean, or ungenerous, of lofty and courageous spirit, as a magnanimous character, a magnanimous conqueror.
Sickler.
One who uses a sickleman, a reaper.
Bryologist.
One versed in bryology.
Secular.
Of or pertaining to this present world, or to things not spiritual or holy, relating to temporal as distinguished from eternal interests, not immediately or primarily respecting the soul, but the body, worldly.
Villain.
An alloy of gold and silver with a large proportion of copper or other base metal, used in coinage.
Madrier.
A plank to receive the mouth of a petard, with which it is applied to anything intended to be broken down.
Effect.
Power to produce results, efficiency, force, importance, account, as, to speak with effect.
Pedaneous.
Going on foot, pedestrian.
Vulva.
The external parts of the female genital organs, sometimes the opening between the projecting parts of the external organs.
Agate.
A semi-pellucid, uncrystallized variety of quartz, presenting various tints in the same specimen. Its colors are delicately arranged in stripes or bands, or blended in clouds.
Epirus.
Incombustible, capable of sustaining a strong heat without alteration of form or properties.
Noel.
The head, the noddle.
Headgear.
Apparatus above ground at the mouth of mine or deep well.
Overfreighted.
Imperfect and past participle of overfreight, to put too much freight in or upon, to load too full, or too heavily, to overload.
Subsided.
Imperfect and past participle of subside, to fall into a state of quiet, to cease to rage, to be calmed, to settle down, to become tranquil, to bait, as the sea subsides, the tumults of war will subside, the fever has subsided.
Pope.
A parish priest, or a chaplain, of the Greek Church.
Coerce.
To compel or enforce, as to coerce obedience.
Craze.
A temporary passion or infatuation, as for same new amusement, pursuit, or fashion, as the bric-a-brac craze, the aesthetic craze.
Undigestible.
Indigestible.
exhaustion,
the act or operation of burning up.
strip,
A narrow piece, or one comparatively long, as a strip of cloth, a strip of land.
wasting,
Present participle and verbal noun of waste, the act of wasting, or the state of being wasted, a squandering, needless destruction, useless consumption or expenditure, devastation, loss without equivalent gain, gradual loss or decrease, by use, wear, or decay, as a waste of property, time, labor, words, etc.
wholeness,
The quality or state of being whole, entire, or sound, entereness, totality, completeness.
drop,
To cover with drops, to brigade, to bedrock.
convict,
To prove or show to be false, to confute, to refute.
pusa,
Of or pertaining to pusism.
irresistible,
Irresistible.
boykin,
A very small coin, a doit.
sharer,
One who shares, a participator, a partaker, also, a divider, a distributor.
nap,
To have a short sleep, to be drowsy, to doze.
fortune,
The forked piece between two adjacent fingers, to which the front and back portions are sewed.
surmullet,
Any one of various species of mullets of the family millet, especially the European species Millis surmultus, which is highly prized as a food fish. Any species of the genus Mullis, or family mullet, called also red mullet, and surmullet, especially the plain surmullet Mullis barbatus, and the striped surmulletum, surmultus, of southern Europe. The former is the mullet of the Romans. It is noted for the brilliancy of its colors. Any one of various species of mullets of the family millet, especially the European species Millis surmultus, which is highly prized as a food fish. Any one of numerous fishes of the genus Mutal, called also gray mullets. They are found on the coasts of both continents and are highly esteemed as food. Among the most valuable species are Mutal capito of Europe and M. cephalus, which occurs both on the European and American coasts.
landward,
Toward the land.
smut,
To gather smut, to be converted into smut, to become smutted.
decaster,
A measure of capacity, equal to 10 stars, or 10 cubic meters.
ambush,
A concealed station, where troops or enemies lie in wait to attack by surprise.
sectionally,
In a sectional manner.
hunch,
A push or thrust, as with the elbow.
flaxy,
Like flax, flaxen.
Gymnosomata.
One of the orders of Tripoda, they have no shell.
Debentured.
Entitled to drawback or debenture, as debentured goods.
Threescore.
Thrice 20, 60.
Regressive.
Characterized by retrogression, retrogressive.
Animistic.
Of or pertaining to animism.
Countenance.
To encourage, to favor, to prove, to aid, to abet.
Inherent.
Permanently existing in something, inseparably attached or connected, naturally pertaining to, innate, inalienable, as polarity is an inherent quality of the magnet, the inherent right of mental life, liberty, and protection.
Pit.
In a flutter, with palpitation or quick succession of beats.
Whereas.
At which place, where,
Grilly.
like gruel, of the consistence of gruel.
Elimination.
Paronomasia, punning.
Tampon.
The stopper of a barrel, a bung.
Postulate.
To write postals, to comment.
Trick.
A sly, dexterous, or ingenious procedure fitted to puzzle or amuse, as a bear's tricks, a juggler's tricks.
Requisition.
To present a requisition to summon request, as to requisition a person to be a candidate.
Mulligatawny.
A kind of peach having one side deep red and the flesh yellow.
Bottle.
Imperfect and past participle of bottle. To put into bottles. To enclose in, or as in, a bottle or bottles. To keep or restrain as in a bottle. As, to bottle wine or porter. To bottle up one's wrath.
Optography.
The production of an optogram on the retina by the photochemical action of light on the visual purple. The fixation of an image in the eye. The object so photographed shows white on a purple or red background, of or pertaining to sight, used in sight, serving as the instrument of seeing, as the visual nerve, purple, under visual.
Distressing.
Present participle and verbal noun of distress, the act of distraining, the taking of a personal chattel out of the possession of the wrongdoer, by way of pledge for redress of an injury, or for the performance of a duty, as for non-payment of rent or taxes, or for injury done by cattle, etc.
Wronged.
Imperfect and past participle of wrong, not according to the laws of good morals, whether divine or human, not suitable to the highest and best end, not morally right, deviating from rectitude or duty, not just or equitable, not true, not legal, as wrong practice, wrong ideas, wrong inclinations and desires.
Geranium.
an alkaloid said to be contained in the bark of Geoffroy enormis, a leguminous tree growing in Jamaica and Suriname, called also Jamaica.
Magil.
A gelatinous compound of linseed oil and mastic varnish, used by artists as a vehicle for colors.
Cowardship.
Want of courage to face danger, extreme timidity, pusillanimity, base fear of danger or hurt, lack of spirit.
Bottom.
To reach or get to the bottom of.
Two-forked.
Divided into two parts, somewhat after the manner of a fork, dichotomous.
Reign.
To have superior or uncontrolled dominion, to rule.
Ready.
Not slow or hesitating, quick in action or perception of any kind, dexterous, prompt, easy, expert, as, ready apprehension, ready wit, ready writer or workman.
Invisible.
Invisible.
Bolster.
Supported, upheld.
Controlled.
Imperfect and past participle of control. Power or authority to check or restrain, restraining or regulating influence, superintendence, government, as children should be under parental control.
SWAT.
In the same manner, as has been stated or suggested, in this or that condition or state, under these circumstances, in this way, with reflex reference to something just asserted or implied, used also with the verb to be, as a predicate.
Orientation.
The act or process of orientating, determination of the points of the compass, or the east point, in taking bearings.
Luxation.
Dislocation, luxation.
Abstaining.
Present participle and verbal noun of abstain, to hold oneself aloof, to forbear or refrain voluntarily, and especially from an indulgence of the passions or appetites, with from.
Heaven.
The expanse of space surrounding the earth, especially that which seems to be over the earth like a great arch or dome, the firmament, the sky, the place where the sun, moon, and stars appear, often used in the plural in this sense.
Rhizodont.
A reptile whose teeth are rooted in sockets, as the crocodile.
Pangful.
Full of pangs.
Dalliance.
Entertaining discourse.
Lard.
To stuff with bacon, to dress or enrich with lard, especially, to insert lardons of bacon or pork in the surface of, before roasting, as, to lard poultry.
Afflictive.
Giving pain, causing continued or repeated pain or grief, distressing.
Maturing.
approaching maturity, as maturing fruits, maturing notes of hand.
retina,
That part of the eye of an invertebrate which corresponds in function with the retina of a vertebrate.
undulatory,
Moving in the manner of undulations, or waves, resembling the motion of waves, which successively rise or swell and fall, pertaining to propagated alternating motion, similar to that of waves.
T3,
To analyze or determine the strength of, by means of standard solutions. Compare standardized solution under solution.
Gracism,
An idiom of the Greek language, Hellenism.
out of the way,
In its original and strict sense, out means from the interior of something, beyond the limits or boundary of some things, in a position or relation which is exterior to something, opposed to in or into. The something may be expressed after of, from, etc. In its original and strict sense, out means from the interior of something, beyond the limits or boundary of some things, in a position or relation which is exterior to something, opposed to in or into. The something may be expressed after of, from, etc. See out of, below, or, if not expressed, it is implied, as, he is out, or, he is out of the house, office, business, etc. He came out, or, he came out from the ship, meeting, sec, party, etc. Of, below, or, if not expressed, it is implied, as, he is out, or, he is out of the house, office, business, etc. He came out, or, he came out from the ship, meeting, sec, party, etc.
lymph,
A fibrinous material exuded from the blood vessels in inflammation. In the process of healing, it is either absorbed or is converted into connective tissue binding the inflamed surfaces together.
cleat,
To call or name.
cordialness,
Sincere affection and kindness, warmth of regard, heartiness.
maudlin,
Drunk, or somewhat drunk, fuddled, given to drunkenness.
ancient,
One of the senior members of the Inns of Court or of Chancery.
va,
A vessel for holding holy water.
lute,
To play on a lute, or as on a lute.
father,
One who has begotten a child, whether son or daughter. A generator, a male parent.
bode,
To indicate by signs, as future events, to be the omen of, to portend, to presage, to foreshow.
persisting,
Inclined to persist, tenacious of purpose, persistent.
predicating,
Present participle and verbal noun of predicate, to determine beforehand, especially to disadvantage, to prejudge.
miscast,
to cast or reckon wrongly,
deny,
to deny,
water spinner,
the water spider,
limmer,
easily bent, flexible, pliant, yielding,
buxom,
having the characteristics of health, vigor, and comeliness, combined with a gay, lively manner, stout and rosy, jolly, frolicsome,
smasher,
anything very large or extraordinary,
kelp,
the calcined ashes of seaweed, formerly much used in the manufacture of glass, now used in the manufacture of iodine.
pseudodynia,
The bee moth, or wax moth galleria,
mingle,
of or pertaining to Mongolia or the Mongols,
hymate,
to pass the winter,
dermoid,
resembling skin, skin-like,
prickle,
a kind of willow basket, a term still used in some branches of trade.
rogel,
The chitinous ribbon bearing the teeth of mollusks, called also lingual ribbon, and tongue, a special structure found in the mouth of most mollusks, except bivalves. It consists of several muscles and a cartilage which supports a chitinous rhodula, or lingual ribbon, armed with teeth, also applied to the rhodula alone. The chitinous ribbon bearing the teeth of mollusks, called also lingual ribbon, and tongue, a special structure found in the mouth of most mollusks, except bivalves. It consists of several muscles and a cartilage which supports a chitinous rhodula, or lingual ribbon, armed with teeth, also applied to the rhodula alone. The chitinous ribbon bearing the teeth of mollusks, called also lingual ribbon, and tongue, a special structure found in the mouth of most mollusks, except bivalves. It consists of several muscles and a cartilage which supports a chitinous rhodula, or lingual ribbon, armed with teeth, also applied to the rhodula alone. See rhodula.
eyebrow,
The brow or hairy arch above the eye.
soap,
A European freshwater bream, Bromis spalaris.
tooth shell,
Any species of Dentalium and Elygenor having a tooth-shaped shell. A genus of marine mollusks belonging to the Scaphopoda, having a tubular conical shell.
trophy,
A sign or memorial of a victory raised on the field of battle, or, in case of a naval victory, on the nearest land. Sometimes trophies were erected in the chief city of the conquered people.
evacuate,
To let blood,
accommodating,
affording, or disposed to afford, accommodation, obliging, as an accommodating man, spirit, arrangement.
paddling,
Present participle and verbal noun of paddle. To dabble in water with hands or feet, to use a paddle, or something which serves as a paddle, in swimming, in paddling a boat, etc.
Illum.
To throw or spread light upon, to make light or bright, to illuminate, to illumine.
Inconnexedly.
Not connectedly, without connection.
Accommodation.
An adjustment of differences, state of agreement, reconciliation, settlement.
Arson.
The malicious burning of a dwelling house or outhouse of another man, which by the common law is felony. The malicious and voluntary firing of a building or
Try.
act of trying, attempt, experiment, trial.
Hedgeless.
Having no hedge.
Resigning.
Present participle and verbal noun of resign. To sign back. To return by a formal act. To yield to another. To surrender. Said especially of office or emolument. Hence, to give up. To yield. To submit. Said of the wishes or will. Or of something valued. Also often used reflexively.
Oarless.
Without oars.
Covetousness.
Strong desire.
Italian.
A native or inhabitant of Italy.
Drift.
That which is driven, forced, or urged along.
Unclothed.
To strip of clothes or covering, to make naked.
Toe de palme.
Having all four toes united by a web, said of certain seabirds, as the pelican and the guide under F's.
Canker.
To affect as a canker, to eat away, to corrode, to consume.
Pertaining.
Present participle and verbal noun of pertain, to belong, to have connection with, or dependence on, something, as an appurtenance, attribute, etc. To pertain, as, saltness pertains to the ocean, flowers pertain to plant life.
Rope.
To prevent from winning as a horse, by pulling or curbing.
Expiscatory.
Tending to fish out, searching out.
Paraphrased.
Imperfect and past participle of paraphrase, a restatement of a text, passage, or work, expressing the meaning of the original in another form, generally for the sake of its clearer and fuller exposition, setting forth the signification of a text in other and ampler terms, a free translation or rendering, opposed to metaphrase.
Squiggle.
To shake and wash a fluid about in the mouth with the lips closed.
Fraternal.
P.F. Pertaining to, or involving, brethren, becoming to brothers, brotherly, as, fraternal affection, a fraternal embrace.
Illiterate.
A mineral resin of a blackish-brown color, occurring in soft, flexible masses, called also mineral caoutchouc and elastic bitumen.
Mismanager.
One who manages ill.
Royalty.
The person of a king or sovereign, majesty, as in the presence of royalty.
Capacity.
Legal or moral qualification, as of age, residence, character, etc., necessary for certain purposes, as for holding office, for marrying, for making contracts, will, etc., legal power or right, competency.
Shared.
Imperfect and past participle of share, to decline or deviate from the line of the proper course, to turn aside, to swerve, as a ship shears from her course, a horse shears at a bicycle.
Octo.
Octo is a prefix meaning eight, derived from the Latin word octo and the Greek word octo. It is used in various scientific and technical terms, such as octagon and octopus.
Squalid.
Dirty through neglect, foul, filthy, extremely dirty.
Catena.
A chain or series of things connected with each other.
Effect.
To love, to regard with affection.
Observation.
Sleep.
Drive.
To be forced along, to be impelled, to be moved by any physical force or agent, to be driven.
Spicular.
Resembling a dart, having sharp points.
Hippopotamus.
A large, amphibious, herbivorous mammal. Hippopotamus amphibious, common in the rivers of Africa. It is allied to the hogs, and has a very thick, naked skin, a thick and square head, a very large muzzle, small eyes and ears, thick and heavy body, and short legs. It is supposed to be the behemoth of the Bible, called also Zico, and river horse. A smaller species H. liberiensis inhabits western Africa.
Henchman.
An attendant, a servant, a follower, now chiefly used as a political cant term.
Angle.
To try to gain by some insinuating artifice, to lure.
Astriction.
A contraction of parts by applications, the action of an astringent substance on the animal economy.
Summit.
A species of silk stuff, or taffeta, generally interwoven with gold.
Deciduata.
A group of mammalia in which a decidua is thrown off with, or after, the fetus, as in the human species.
Draw.
To let go, to dismiss, to set aside, to have done with, to discontinue, to forsake, to give up, to omit.
Multiplication.
The act or process of multiplying, or of increasing in number. The state of being multiplied, as the multiplication of the human species by natural generation.
Niece.
Imperfect and past participle of neeze, to sneeze.
Tabulation.
The act of feeding, or providing food.
Orthoepical.
Of or pertaining to orthopy, or correct pronunciation.
Intimious.
Not timely, done or happening at an unnatural, unusual, or improper time, unseasonable, premature, inopportune, as untimely frosts, untimely remarks, an untimely death.
Physiognomy.
The germ history of the functions, or the history of the development of vital activities in the individual, being one of the branches of ontogeny, history of the evolution of forms, that part of ontogeny that deals with the germ history of forms, distinguished from physiognomy.
Thermosystaltic.
Influenced in its contraction by heat or cold, set of a muscle.
Guan.
Any one of many species of large gallinaceous birds of Central and South America, belonging to Penelope, Pipile, Ortalis, and Ally genera. Several of the species are often domesticated.
Empiople.
To form into a people or community, to inhabit, to people.
Pediculus.
A genus of wingless parasitic hemiptera, including the common lice of man, any one of numerous species of small, wingless, suctorial, parasitic insects belonging to tribe Pediculina, now usually regarded as degraded hemiptera. To this group belong of the lice of men and other mammals, as the head louse of man Pediculus capitis, the body louse Page vestimenti, and the crab louse Phthiris pubis, and many others. One of the Brotiran crustacea, they are mostly marine, and usually have a broad, short body, covered with a strong shell or carapace. The abdomen is small and curled up beneath the body. Louse, dog louse, cattle louse, etc., undercrab, dog, etc.
Brood.
The young from the same dam, whether produced at the same time or not, young children of the same mother, especially if nearly of the same age, offspring, progeny, as a woman with a brood of children.
Footer.
To flash, as lightning, to lighten, to gleam, to thunder.
Soft.
Gentle in action or motion, easy.
Zygodactyl.
The zygodactylous birds, in a restricted sense applied to a division of birds which includes the barbets, chickens, honey-guides, and other related birds.
Magistery.
A magisterial injunction.
Direct.
To determine the direction or course of, to cause to go on in a particular manner, to order in the way to a certain end, to regulate, to govern, as to direct the affairs of a nation or the movements of an army.
Viticulture.
The cultivation of the vine, grape growing.
Wood.
To take or get a supply of wood.
Balloonfish.
A fish of the genus Diodon or the genus Tetraodon, having the power of distending its body by taking air or water into its dilatable esophagus. A spinos, plateau-gnat fish of the Atlantic coast of the United States especially. Chilomicturus geometricus, having the power of distending its body with water or air, so as to resemble a chestnut burr, called also ballfish, balloonfish, and swellfish.
Shirky.
Disposed to shirk.
Forming.
The act or process of giving form or shape to anything, as, in shipbuilding, the exact shaping of partially shaped timbers.
Hemstitch.
Having a broad hem separated from the body of the article by a line of open work, as, a hemistitched handkerchief.
Rhesus.
A monkey, the bunder.
Counterfeiting.
Present participle and verbal noun of counterfeit, to imitate with a view to deceiving, by passing the copy for that which is original or genuine, to forge, as, to counterfeit the signature of another, coins, notes, etc.
Morse alphabet.
A telegraphic alphabet in very general use, invented by Samuel F. B. Morse, the inventor of Morse's telegraph. The letters are represented by dots and dashes impressed or printed on paper, as A, D, E, O, R, D, etc., or by sounds, flashes of light, etc., with greater or less intervals between them.
Cap.
To cover with a cap, or as with a cap, to provide with a cap or cover, to cover the top or end of, to place a cap upon the proper part of, as, to cap a post, to cap a gun.
Smockless.
Wanting a smock.
Schwenkfelder.
A member of a religious sect founded by Caspar von Schwenkfeld, a Silesian reformer who disagreed with Luther, especially on the deification of the body of Christ.
Righteous.
Doing, or according with, that which is right, yielding to all their due, just, equitable, especially, free from wrong, guilt, or sin, holy, as, a righteous man or act, a righteous retribution.
Limnoloidea.
An order of Neostomata, including among living animals the genus Limulus, with various allied fossil genera, mostly of the Carboniferous period, called also Ziphoshura.
Frenzies.
Any violent agitation of the mind approaching to distraction, violent and temporary derangement of the mental faculties, madness, rage.
Sizing.
Possession of an estate of freehold. It may be either in deed or in law, the former when there is actual possession, The latter when there is a right to such possession by construction of law. In some of the United States, sin means merely ownership.
Goose.
Any large bird of other related families, resembling the common goose.
Quercetin.
A dyestuff obtained from the Chinese quercetin, which produces a brilliant yellow.
Definable.
Capable of being defined, limited, or explained, determinable, describable by definition, ascertainable, as, definable limits, definable distinctions or regulations, definable words.
Approachment.
To come near to in place, time, or character. To draw nearer to, as, to approach the city, to approach my cabin. He approached the age of manhood.
Skated.
Imperfect and past participle of skate, any one of numerous species of large, flat branch fishes of the genus Rabia, having a long, slender tail, terminated by a small caudal fin. The pectoral fins, which are large and broad and united to the sides of the body and head, give a somewhat rhombic form to these fishes. The skin is more or less spinose.
Botch.
Imperfect and past participle of botch, work done in a bungling manner, a clumsy performance, a piece of work, or a place in work, marred in the doing, or not properly finished, a bungle.
Immerse.
To baptize by immersion.
Nematode.
One of the nematoidea, the act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct. Education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct. In appendix.
Stenting.
An opening in a wall in a coal mine.
Tenor.
One whose occupation is to tan hides, or convert them into leather by the use of tan.
Unthrift.
Not thrifty, profuse.
Infringement.
The act of infringing, breach, violation, non-fulfillment, as the infringement of a treaty, compact, law, or constitution.
Fluid.
Having large flues.
Boaster.
One who boasts, a braggart.
Garin.
A small horse of a breed raised at Galloway, Scotland, called also Garin, and Garin.
Cheatableness.
Capability of being cheated.
Jogging.
Present participle and verbal noun of jog, rub, a slight stop, an obstruction, hence, an irregularity in motion of from, a hitch, a break in the direction of a line or the surface of a plane.
Disincorporated.
Imperfect and past participle of disincorporate, to deprive of corporate powers, rights, or privileges, to divest of the condition of a corporate body.
Robin.
An American singing bird Merla migratoria, having the breast chestnut or dull red, the upper parts are olive gray, the head and tail blackish, called also robin redbreast, and migratory thrush.
Diverge.
To extend from a common point in different directions, to tend from one point and recede from each other, to tend to spread apart, to turn aside or deviate as from a given direction, opposed to converge, as rays of light diverge as they proceed from the sun.
Affection.
Proceeding from affection, indicating love, tender, as the affectionate care of a parent, affectionate countenance, message, language.
Ally.
Anything associated with another as a helper, an auxiliary.
Hypostoma.
The lower lip of trilobites, crustaceans, etc.
Crapulent.
Surcharged with liquor, sick from excessive indulgence in liquor, drunk, given to excesses.
Sightsman.
One who reads or performs music readily at first sight.
Refundment.
The act of refunding, also, that which is refunded.
Cheered.
Imperfect and past participle of cheer, that which promotes good spirits or cheerfulness, provisions prepared for a feast, entertainment, as a table loaded with good cheer.
Presto.
Quickly, rapidly, a direction for a quick, lively movement or performance, quicker than allegro, or any rate of time except prestissimo.
Ruling.
A decision or rule of a judge or a court, especially an oral decision, as in excluding evidence.
Brood.
To have the mind dwell continuously or moodily on a subject, to think long and anxiously, to be in a state of gloomy, serious thought, usually followed by over or on, as to brood over misfortunes.
Forbidden.
Prohibited, interdicted.
Risible.
Having the faculty or power of laughing, disposed to laugh.
Apart.
On or towards the port or left side, set of the helm.
Mother.
Received by birth or from ancestors, native, natural, as mother language, also acting the part, or having the place of a mother, producing others, originating.
Reform.
To put into a new and improved form or condition, to restore to former good state, or bring from bad to good, to change from worse to better, to mend, to correct, as to reform a profligate man, to reform corrupt manners or morals.
Consider.
To estimate, to think, to regard, to view.
Stuccos.
Plaster of any kind used as a coating for walls, especially a fine plaster. composed of lime or gypsum with sand and pounded marble, used for internal decorations and fine work.
Argali,
A species of wild sheep salmon, or argali, remarkable for its large horns. It inhabits the mountains of Siberia and Central Asia.
warily,
In a wary manner.
segment,
One of the divisions, rings, or joints into which many animal bodies are divided, a somite, a metamere, a somatum.
choke,
To render unable to breathe by filling, pressing upon, or squeezing the windpipe, to stifle, to suffocate, to strangle.
gripe,
To make ready, often used reflexively.
obstetrics,
The science of midwifery, the art of assisting women in parturition, or in the trouble incident to childbirth.
vindicative,
Revengeful, vindictive.
dribble,
A drizzling shower, a falling or leaking in drops.
vilborthite,
A mineral occurring in small six-sided tabular crystals of a green or yellow color. It is a hydrous vanadate of copper and lime.
talma,
A kind of large cape, or short, full cloak, forming part of the dress of ladies.
punishment,
A penalty inflicted by a court of justice on a convicted offender as a just retribution, and incidentally for the purposes of reformation and prevention.
bird's beak,
A molding whose section is thought to resemble a beak.
thalia,
That one of the 9 muses who presided over comedy.
confine,
To restrain within limits, to restrict, to limit, to bound, to shut up, to enclose, to keep close.
lie,
Not heavily burdened, not deeply laden, not sufficiently ballasted, as the ship returned left. To give the signal for, by beat of drum, to sound by beat of drum, as, to beat an alarm, a charge, a parley, a retreat, to beat the general, the revel, the tattoo, a summons to arms, as on the approach of an enemy, charge, parley, etc.
affluent,
Abundant, copious, plenteous, hence, wealthy, abounding in goods or riches.
in guard,
To surround as with a guard.
smear,
To soil in any way, to contaminate, to pollute, to stain morally, as, to be smeared with infamy.
vaccinated,
Imperfect and past participle of vaccinate, to inoculate with the cowpox by means of a virus, called vaccine, taken either directly or indirectly from cows.
dedication,
A devoting or setting aside for any particular purpose, as a dedication of lands to public use.
garga,
A diseased condition of the udders of cows, etc., arising from an inflammation of the mammary glands.
le,
To retard, to hinder, to impede, to oppose.
moonling,
A simpleton, a lunatic.
finale,
Close, termination.
half,
Part, side, behalf.
threaten,
Made of thread, as, threatened sails, a threatened fillet.
what,
Used adjectively, equivalent to the which, the sort or kind of which, rarely, the on, or at, which.
feared,
Imperfect and past participle of fear, a painful emotion or passion excited by the expectation of evil, or the apprehension of impending danger, apprehension, anxiety, solicitude, alarm, dread.
raying,
Present participle and verbal noun of ray, the radiating part of a flower or plant, the marginal florets of a compound flower, as an aster or a sunflower, one of the pedicels of an umbel or other circular flower cluster. Radius, the prexile bone of the forearm, or brachium, corresponding to the tibia of the hind limb of Artiodactyla.
sheer,
An action resulting from applied forces, which tends to cause two contiguous parts of a body to slide relatively to each other in a direction parallel to their plane of contact, also called shearing stress and tangential stress.
staminodium,
An abortive stamen, or any organ modified from an abortive stamen.
decitive,
Final, serving to complete, conclusive.
cancel,
To shut out, as with a railing or with lattice work, to exclude.
irate,
To expose to the chemical action of air, to oxygenate the blood, by respiration, to arterialize.
urgency,
Happening at a bad time, unseasonable, inconvenient.
footed,
Imperfect and past participle of foot, the lowest part or base, the ground part, the bottom, as of a mountain or column, also, the last of a row or series, the end or extremity, especially if associated with inferiority, as, the foot of a hill, the foot of the procession, the foot of a class, the foot of the bed.
druid,
One of an order of priests which in ancient times existed among certain branches of the Celtic race, especially among the Gauls and Britons.
hosting,
A muster or a review.
prowl,
To search or prowl after. To rob, to plunder.
drapes,
To go about in an idle or slatternly fashion. To drape, to drapes.
anoint,
Anointed.
collect,
One of 30 regions or zones, parallel to the equator, into which the surface of the Earth from the equator to the pole was divided, according to the successive increase of the length of the midsummer day.
pierce,
To enter, to penetrate, to make a way into or through something, as a pointed instrument does, used literally and figuratively.
camphorate,
To impregnate or treat with camphor.
animus,
Animating spirit, intention, temper.
riveter,
One who rivets.
grub,
Imperfect and past participle of grub. To dig in or under the ground. Generally for an object that is difficult to reach or extricate. To be occupied in digging.
residence,
Subsidence, as of a sediment.
uric,
Of or pertaining to urine, obtained from urine, as uric acid.
culmen,
Top, summit, acme.
cestoidea,
A class of parasitic worms platelminths, of which the tapeworms are the most common examples. The body is flattened, and usually but not always long, and composed of numerous joints or segments, each of which may contain a complete set of male and female reproductive organs. They have neither mouth nor intestine. Any one of numerous species of cestode worms belonging to Tenia and many allied genera. The body is long, flat, and composed of numerous segments or proglottids varying in shape, those toward the end of the body being much larger and longer than the anterior ones, and containing the fully developed sexual organs. The head is small, destitute of a mouth, but furnished with two or more suckers which vary greatly in shape in different genera, and sometimes, also, with hooks for adhesion to the walls of the intestines of the animals in which they are parasitic, the larvae by how much, by so much, on that account, used before comparatives, as, the longer we continue in sin, the more difficult it is to reform.
platersk,
Resembling silver plate, set of certain architectural ornaments.
gauntly,
In a gaunt manner, meagerly.
pomegranate,
A carved or embroidered ornament resembling a pomegranate.
twin,
Being one of a pair much resembling one another, standing the relation of a twin to something else, often followed by to or with.
agatize,
To convert into agate, to make resemble agate.
atch,
Imperfect and past participle of ache, continued pain, as distinguished from sudden twinges, or spasmodic pain, such an ache in my bones.
eruption,
a snatching away,
squander,
to spend lavishly or profusely, to spend prodigally or wastefully, to use without economy or judgment, to dissipate, as, to squander an estate.
esculin,
A glucoside obtained from the Aesculus hippocastinum, or horse chestnut, and characterized by its fine blue fluorescent solutions.
spute,
To dispute, to discuss,
evoke,
to call out, to summon forth,
seed,
progeny, offspring, children, descendants, as, the seed of Abraham, the seed of David.
Fovet,
A small singing bird, as the nightingale and warblers.
Tagliacotin,
Of or pertaining to Tagliacozzi, a Venetian surgeon, as the Tagliacocian operation, a method of rhinoplasty described by him.
repeal,
To suppress, to repel,
gnostic,
knowing, wise, shrewd,
constrained,
marked by constraint, not free, not voluntary, embarrassed, as a constrained manner, a constrained tone.
ennoble,
To raise to the rank of nobility, as to ennoble a commoner.
cloak,
The common chamber into which the intestinal, urinary, and generative canals discharge in birds, reptiles, amphibians, and many fishes.
major,
Of full legal age.
deviating,
Present participle and verbal noun of deviate, to go out of the way, to turn aside from the course or a method, to stray or go astray, to err, to digress, to diverge, to vary.
end,
To come to the ultimate point, to be finished, to come to a close, to cease, to terminate, as a voyage ends, life ends, winter ends.
tumbler,
A kind of cart, a tumbril.
dim-sighted,
Having dim sight, lacking perception.
ward,
To defend, to protect.
brill,
A halo, actual or figurative.
therewith,
With that or this.
fossil,
Having, or surrounded by, long, narrow depressions or furrows.
palladius,
Of, pertaining to, or containing, palladium, used specifically to designate those compounds in which palladium has a lower valence as compared with palladic compounds.
circumnutate,
To pass through the stages of circumnutation.
accordion,
A small, portable, keyed wind instrument, whose tones are generated by play of the wind upon free metallic reeds.
sacred,
Designated or exalted by a divine sanction, possessing the highest title to obedience, honor, reverence, or veneration, entitled to extreme reverence, venerable.
nilgau,
A large Asiatic antelope Bosilophus/Portax trigocamelus, found in northern India. It has short horns, a black mane, and a bunch of long hair on the throat. The general color is grayish-brown.
preparative,
Tending to prepare or make ready, having the power of preparing, qualifying, or fitting, preparatory.
shave,
To use a razor for removing the beard, to cut closely, hence, to be hard and severe in a bargain, to practice extortion, to cheat.
subpleural,
Situated under the pleural membrane.
part,
To separate by a process of extraction, elimination, or secretion, as, to part gold from silver.
join,
The line joining two points. The point common to two intersecting lines.
trident,
Any one of many species of marine gastropods belonging to Trident and allied genera, having a stout spiral shell, often handsomely colored and ornamented with prominent varices. Some of the species are among the largest of all gastropods, called also trumpet shell, and sea trump.
diastolic,
Of or pertaining to diastole.
beverage,
Liquid for drinking, drink, usually applied to drink artificially prepared and of an agreeable flavor, as an intoxicating beverage.
saddle,
The clitoris of an earthworm.
appanage,
That which belongs to one by custom or right, a natural adjunct or accompaniment.
convexo-convex,
Convex on both sides, double convex, rising or swelling into a spherical or rounded form, regularly protuberant or bulging, set of a spherical surface or curved line when viewed from without, in opposition to concave.
sea nettle,
A jellyfish or medusa.
gouging,
Present participle and verbal noun of gouge, to scoop out, as an eye, with the thumbnail. To force out the eye of a person, with the thumb.
snowflake,
A name given to several bulbous plants of the genus Leucoia in Latin vernum, estivum, etc., resembling the snowdrop, but having all the periont leaves of equal size.
paraphimosis,
A condition in which the prepuce, after being retracted behind the glans penis, is constricted there, and cannot be brought forward into place again.
collation,
The right which an heir has of throwing the whole heritable and movable estates of the deceased into one mass, and sharing it equally with others who are of the same degree of kindred.
pension,
Imperfect and past participle of pension, a stated allowance to a person in consideration of past services, payment made to one retired from service, on account of age, disability, or other cause, especially a regular stipend paid by a government to retired public officers, disabled soldiers, the families of soldiers killed in service, or to meritorious authors, or the like.
acephalocystic,
Pertaining to, or resembling, the acephalocists.
kaleidoscope,
An instrument invented by Sir David Brewster, which contains loose fragments of colored glass, etc., and reflecting surfaces so arranged that changes of position exhibit its contents in an endless variety of beautiful colors and symmetrical forms. It has been much employed in arts of design.
euchre,
A South American crocodile in sclerops, resembling the alligator in size and habits. The eye orbits are connected together and surrounded by prominent bony ridges, called also spectacled alligator and spectacled caiman.
percipient,
Having the faculty of perception, perceiving, as a percipient being.
known,
A low prolonged sound, articulate or not, indicative of pain or of grief, a low groan.
crystalline,
Imperfectly crystallized, as granite is only crystalline, while quartz crystal is perfectly crystallized.
tough,
A knoll or hill.
jurisdiction,
No legal power, right, or authority of a particular court to hear and determine causes, to try criminals, or to execute justice. Judicial authority over a cause or class of causes, as certain suits or actions, or the cognizance of certain crimes, are within the jurisdiction of a particular court, that is, within the limits of its authority or commission.
encyclopedia,
The circle of arts and sciences, a comprehensive summary of knowledge, or of a branch of knowledge, especially, a work in which the various branches of science or art are discussed separately, and usually in alphabetical order, a cyclopedia.
exhaust,
To subject to the action of various solvents in order to remove all soluble substances or extractives, as to exhaust a drug successively with water, alcohol, and ether.
folks,
The persons of one's own family, as our folks are all well.
calicament,
The first rudiments of an embryo in generation.
swag,
To hang or move, as something loose and heavy, to sway, to swing.
bomb,
Any fragrant ointment.
Pounds.
A British denomination of money of account, equivalent to 20 shillings sterling, and equal in value to about $4.86. There is no coin known by this name, but the gold sovereign is of the same value.
Cranberry.
Red, acid berry, much used for making sauce, etc. Also, the plant producing its several species of vaccinum or ixococcus. The high cranberry or cranberry tree is a species of viburnum of Gaul.
Esposage.
The act of espousing or betrothing, especially in the plural, betrothal, plighting of the draughts, a contract of marriage, sometimes the marriage ceremony.
Helmet.
That which resembles a helmet in form, position, etc.
Opiniaster.
Holding stubbornly and often unreasonably to one's own opinions.
Pollute.
To violate sexually, to debauch, to dishonor.
Acephala.
That division of the mollusk which includes the bivalve shells, like the clams and oysters, so called because they have no evident head. Formerly the group included the tunicata, brachiopoda, and sometimes the bryozoa, one of the grand divisions of the animal kingdom, including the classes cephalopoda, gastropoda, Trichodascophopoda, and lamellibranchiata, or conchifera. These animals have an unsegmented bilateral body, with most of the organs and parts paired, but not repeated longitudinally. Most of them develop a mantle, which encloses either a branchial or a pulmonary cavity. They are generally more or less covered and protected by a calcareous shell, which may be univalve, bivalve, or multivalve.
Dough.
A feat, obsolete, a syllable attached to the first tone of the major diatonic scale for the purpose of solmization, or solfeggio. It is the first of the 7 syllables used by the Italians as mains of musical tones, and replaced, for the sake of euphony, the syllable applied to the note centigrade. In England and America the same syllables are used by main as a scale pattern, while the tones in respect to absolute pitch are named from the first 7 letters of the alphabet.
Cling.
To adhere closely, to stick, to hold fast, especially by twining round or embracing, as the tendril of a vine clings to its support, usually followed by 2 or together.
Syncytium.
Tissue in which the cell or partition walls are wholly wanting and the cell bodies fused together, so that the tissue consists of a continuous mass of protoplasm in which nuclei are embedded, as in ordinary striped muscle.
Mammoth.
Resembling the mammoth in size, very large, gigantic, as the mammoth ox.
Bald.
Destitute of hair on the head, bald-headed.
Tibial.
A small appendage situated above the base of the wings of Hymenoptera and attached to the mesonotum.
Signing.
Present participle and verbal noun of sign, a lettered board, or other conspicuous notice, placed upon or before a building, room, shop, or office to advertise the business there transacted, or the name of the person or firm carrying it on, a publicly displayed token or notice.
Glance.
A name given to some sulfides, mostly dark-colored, which have a brilliant metallic luster, as the sulfide of copper, called copper glance.
Investiture.
Livery of sin.
Appair.
To impair, to grow worse.
Expiring.
Pertaining to, or uttered at, the time of dying, as, expiring words, expiring groans.
Alternating.
Present participle and verbal noun of alternate, designating the members in a series, which regularly intervene between the members of another series, as the odd or even numbers of the numerals, every other, every second, as the alternate members 1, 3, 7, etc., read every alternate line.
Center.
To form a recess or indentation for the reception of a center.
Entreatment.
Entity, invitation.
Omission.
The act of omitting, neglect or failure to do something required by propriety or duty.
Granular.
Consisting of, or resembling, grains, as, a granular substance.
Mustiness.
The quality or state of being musty.
Epigym.
That point in the orbit of the moon which is nearest to the earth, opposed to apogee, it is sometimes, but rarely, used of the nearest points of other orbits, as of a comet, a planet, etc., called also apogee, epigym.
Proletariat.
The indigent class in the state, the body of proletarians.
Backdoor.
A door in the back part of a building, hence, an indirect way.
Streamer.
An ensign, flag, or pennant, which floats in the wind, specifically, a long, narrow, ribbon-like flag.
Facility.
Eloquence, readiness of speech.
Intelligence.
The act or state of knowing, the exercise of the understanding.
Graved.
Imperfect of grave, to clean, as a vessel's bottom, of barnacles, grass, etc., and pay it over with pitch, so called because graves or greaves was formerly used for this purpose.
And where.
Happening unexpectedly, unforeseen.
Hardening.
Making hard or harder.
Why.
A home, a dwelling.
Acceptation.
acceptance, reception, favorable reception or regard, state of being acceptable.
Bureaucracy.
A system of carrying on the business of government by means of departments or bureaus, each under the control of a chief, in contradiction to a system in which the officers of government have an associated authority and responsibility. Also, government conducted on this system.
Irresilient.
Not resilient, not recoiling or rebounding, inelastic.
Microform.
A microscopic form of life, an animal or vegetable organism microscopic size.
Generalized.
Comprising structural characters which are separated in more specialized forms, synthetic, as a generalized type.
Umbelliferous.
Bringing help.
Distressed.
Imperfect and past participle of distress, the act of distraining, the taking of a personal chattel out of the possession of a wrongdoer, by way of pledge for redress of an injury, or for the performance of a duty, as for non-payment of rent or taxes, or for injury done by cattle, etc.
Advancement.
The act of advancing, or the state of being advanced, progression, improvement, furtherance, promotion to higher place or dignity, as the advancement of learning.
Anomura.
A group of decapod crustacea, of which the hermit crab is an example.
Chasey epic.
An epoch at the close of the Canadian period of the American Lower Silurian system, so named from a township in Clinton, carbon monoxide, New York. See the diagram under geology.
Collocation.
A speaking or conversing together, conference, mutual discourse.
Rhapsodist.
Hence, one who recites or sings poems for a livelihood, one who makes and repeats verses extempore.
Least.
The European ring of Columbus, the
Errand.
a verbal noun ending in e, preceded by to and usually denoting purpose or end, called also the dative infinitive, as, it had meat to eat and I have meat to eat. In modern English the name has been applied to verbal or participle nouns denoting a transitive action, for example, by throwing a stone.
Imperadigity.
Having an odd number of fingers or toes, either 1, 3, or 5, as in the horse, tapir, rhinoceros, etc.
Slope.
Any ground whose surface forms an angle with the plane of the horizon.
Snook.
A large perch-like marine food fish Centropomus undicillalis, found both on the Atlantic and Pacific coasts of tropical America, called also Robbalia and Robalo.
Wren.
any one of numerous species of small singing birds belonging to troglodytes and numerous allied of the family troglodytid.
Sprinkler.
One who sprinkles.
Nourish.
To support, to maintain.
Ingress.
The entrance of the moon into the shadow of the earth in eclipses, the sun's entrance into a sign, etc.
Ally.
On high.
Wronghead.
A person of a perverse understanding or obstinate character.
Chillify.
To make child of, to be converted into child.
Amass.
Imperfect and past participle of amass, to collect into a mass or heap, to gather a great quantity of, to accumulate, as, to amass a treasure or a fortune, to amass words or phrases.
Polished.
Imperfect and past participle of polish, hence, to refine, to wear off the rudeness, coarseness, or rusticity of, to make elegant and polite, as, to polish life or manners.
Diversify.
To make diverse or various in form or quality, to give variety to brigade, to distinguish by numerous differences or aspects.
Scarcement.
An offset where a wall or bank of earth, etc., retreats, leaving a shelf or footing.
Breeze.
A light, gentle wind, a fresh, soft blowing wind.
Accumulative.
The measuring of the power or extent of hearing.
Suit.
The act of following or pursuing, as game, pursuit.
Penurious.
Not bountiful or liberal, scanty.
Rebus.
A mode of expressing words and phrases by pictures of objects whose names resemble those words, or the syllables of which they are composed, enigmatical representation of words by figures, hence, a peculiar form of riddle made up of such representations.
Mauveine.
Mauve color.
Secrecy.
The state or quality of being hidden, as his movements were detected in spite of their secrecy.
Captive.
A prisoner taken by force or stratagem, especially by an enemy, in war, one kept in bondage or in the power of another.
Congenite.
Congenital, connate, inborn, existing at, or dating from, birth, pertaining to one from birth, born with one, connate, constitutional, natural, as, a congenital deformity, congenitally united, growing from one base, or united at their bases, united into one body, as, connate leaves or athers, connate or coalescent at the base so as to produce a broad foliaceous body through the center of which the stem passes, applied to leaves, as the leaves of the bone set.
Rhyme.
Tuberheim.
Occasion.
A reason or excuse, a motive, a persuasion.
Vage nervous.
Having the nerves, or veins, placed in apparent disorder.
Tine.
To kindle, to rage, to smart.
Verge.
To border upon, to tend, to incline, to come near, to approach.
Thorax.
The part of the trunk between the neck and the abdomen, containing that part of the body cavity the walls of which are supported by the dorsal vertebrae, the ribs, and the sternum, and which the heart and lungs are situated, the chest.
Exudation.
The act of exiting, sweating, a discharge of humors, moisture, juice, or gum, as through pores or incisions. Also, the substance exuded.
Gouge.
Imposition, cheat, fraud. Also, an impostor, a cheat, a trickish person.
Gyrotus.
A genus of extinct eulatic fishes, having rounded teeth in several rows adapted for crushing.
Rodeo.
A roundup, the act of collecting or gathering together scattered cattle by riding around them and driving them in.
Br-
A fish of the turbo kind, the brill.
Residency.
The act or fact of residing, abiding, or dwelling in a place for some continuance of time, as the residence of an American in France or Italy for a year.
Directly.
In a direct manner, in a straight line or course.
Exuded.
Imperfect and past participle of exude, to discharge through pores or incisions, as moisture or other liquid matter, to give out.
Fairhood.
Fairness, beauty.
Freighter.
One employed in receiving and forwarding freight.
Prostatic.
Of or pertaining to the prostate gland.
Childishly.
In the manner of a child, in a trifling way, in a weak or foolish manner.
Hypoderma.
A layer of tissue beneath the epidermis in plants, and performing the physiological function of strengthening the epidermal tissue. In phanerogamous plants it is developed as parenchyma.
Foppling.
A petty fop.
Parotid.
The parotid gland.
Institute.
To nominate, to appoint.
Passabed.
A name locally applied to various wild plants, as dandelion, blue, oxeye daisy, etc.
Falernian.
Of or pertaining to Mount Falernus, in Italy, as Falernian wine.
Marketant.
a merchant,
Midway.
being in the middle of the way or distance, as the midwayer,
Melanosperm.
an alg of any kind that produces blackish spores, or seed dust. The melanosperms include the rockweeds and all kinds of kelp.
Fartage.
Fagots, boughs, or loose materials of any kind, laid on the bottom of the hold for the cargo to rest upon to prevent injury by water, or stowed among casks and other cargo to prevent their motion.
ABC.
A primer for teaching the alphabet and first elements of reading.
Vestry.
To streak.
Pennyweight.
A troy weight containing 24 grains, or the 20th part of an ounce, as a pennyweight of gold or of arsenic. It was anciently the weight of a silver penny, whence the name.
Multicavous.
Having many cavities.
Prospect.
A position affording a fine view, a lookout.
Magician.
One skilled in magic, one who practices the black art, an enchanter, a necromancer, a sorcerer or sorceress, a conjurer.
Winrow.
A windrow.
Skeletonizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of skeletonize, to prepare a skeleton of, also, to reduce, as a leaf, to its skeleton.
Interpercular.
Of or pertaining to the interperculum.
Strategy.
The leader or commander of an army, a general.
Primer.
A small elementary book for teaching children to read, a reading or spelling book for a beginner.
Gammery.
Of or pertaining to gems.
Horopter.
The line or surface in which are situated all the points which are seen single while the point of sight, or the adjustment of the eyes, remains unchanged.
Fanaticize.
To cause to become a fanatic.
Gullibility.
Gullibility.
Ring.
To be filled with report or talk, as the whole town rings with his fame.
Ceratoial.
A ceratoial bone, or cartilage, which, in man, forms one of the small horns of the hyoid.
Superrogating.
Present participle and verbal noun of superrogate, to do more than duty requires, to perform works of supererogation, to atone for a deficiency in another, by means of a surplus action or quality.
Binary.
That which is constituted of two figures, things, or parts, to duality.
Legend.
An inscription, motto, or title. especially ones surrounding the field in a medal or coin, or placed upon an heraldic shield or beneath an engraving or illustration.
Dicotomia.
A Linnean order of plants characterized by having 10 styles.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomia sleep, please dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Autonomy channel contains changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on all channels. General statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.